The clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to My Funded Futures, My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Bull Barbie and Nick Does Futures. Good morning.
Good morning. I didn't get to hear your singing this morning.
Yeah.
Did you guys for real hear me?
Yeah, we did last time. Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm so embarrassed. I was thinking about that over the weekend. I'm like, I can't believe I didn't, because I turned off the mic, but I thought that like you guys couldn't hear me because like I wasn't on the screen. That's so funny. Yeah, no singing because I made sure I was muted. Did you guys have a good weekend?
It rained the whole weekend, but I did manage to get outside Saturday. So, but it.
I had
Barbie?
the opposite problem. It was 100 here. We had like
Oof.
no wind until the very end, but
Hot.
yeah, we're just catching up around here. It's that crazy time of year for parents. School starting.
Back to school. Good
Oh,
morning,
yeah.
Kat.
Especially if you got like two. I don't know how many kids. You got 2 or 3 kids. You know, you gotta have one at one school, the other at another school across town, and you gotta get the yoga by 10. You know, it's just not a good. You know, you're probably scrambling all over the place, but
that's what we're dealing with over here. Lots of yoga. Yoga and bananas, my favorite.
Someone asked me about eggplant, Barbie. I was trying to make some eggplant parm, like, you know, pre-made. I was trying to make it, like, heat it up in the
Make
microwave.
it happen. Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I was trying to make it happen. And someone was like, is that Barbie's eggplant? Did it ever show up?
Actually, yeah, I did. Because now we can compare because we got the little one. You got the little one, but we've also got the big one. So now we got the good size comparison if anyone needs a reference.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Keith, Abhishek, Denny. Good morning. Baby update. Denny, do we have the My Funded Futures baby yet? We'll find out. All right, who would like to go first, Nick or Barbie?
I'll go first.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, so what happened on my chart? Okay, so Friday we had a big push up. It was a little later in the session, which was, I mean, there was also another move later in the session, around like 4 o'clock on Friday that kind of took us all the way up here. But yeah, I don't think it's kind of obvious what we're reaching for, right? We're reaching back towards all-time highs. I'm not too worried about what to do at all-time highs. I think it's just keep pushing. I think we have a lot of news coming out this week, and there's a lot of potential trade stuff coming this week as well. So I'm pretty bullish on the markets. There are a couple of points of interest I'm watching on NQ. We are bouncing from this 4-hour gap around 23,677 from London session. I don't know if usually in weeks that are trending to the upside, you'll see that a Tuesday low get put in, and then Wednesday through Friday expands. I don't know if it's going to go below here for the week, so maybe down into here ahead of CPI tomorrow. That's another thing too. We have CPI tomorrow, so expect today to be some sort of low probability condition where not a whole lot of volume. So retail traders may take over, and the market just may pump or dump one way, or it may just consolidate. Right? Both of those scenarios would make perfect sense. I'm not going to label a no trade day, but if I do see a setup, I'll take it. Just have to be very, very selective. So I'm watching these two levels, 23,677 and 23,613 on NQ and ES. I did have a trade on Friday. It was a little late in the session. let me break this one down. I actually ended up cutting it at break even because it was Friday at 12 o'clock, and I just didn't want to be in here any longer. But there was a gap in here on the 1 hour, and we had a nice close above here. Right here. And then it finally ran up at 4 o'clock. So this would have been, I entered here at 12 o'clock. It pumped up at 3:50 on a Friday. So I cut right around in here about an hour and a half later, just because I didn't really want to. I want to go enjoy my weekend, started early. But it was a solid setup back to those highs or close to it. But I just cut it break even. I was like, okay, I'll get my piece next week, because CPI days or CPI weeks, I usually catch some good trades in there because there's a lot of volatility. So I wasn't too worried about it, but it definitely did suck seeing at 4 o'clock all my alerts go off. But yeah, it's just part of it. That's a great example of how I use the time-based stop, right? Like, I don't want to sit in the markets forever on a Friday. I'll just exit based off of time. But if I just was stuck to a mechanical set of rules like I have, then it would have worked out. But going on here to ES, kind of the same thing. We don't have any gaps in the 4 hour to watch, but I'll definitely be watching this low from London, see what happens right around this level. That'd be definitely a good spot to mark off, set an alert at. That's 6408 or 64, yeah, 64,850. We get like a nice move down here with a wick, and it looks like price is displacing higher. I'll take a trade back to the highs from this morning. But yeah, that's pretty much it. If there's something I didn't cover, feel free. Let me just go over gold real quick while I'm on it. And I'll also leave the news to. Yeah, so literally what I was saying has happened. I was like, watch this high and see if we reverse from this high. Look at that. So this is how you trade consolidations, right? Price comes up, takes the high, and it wicks lower. So now that this daily candle has been put in, you can target lower now because it's failing to displace higher, which is on par with consolidation profiles, right? This is a whole consolidation on the daily. So you could have seen this move coming, this maybe even on the hourly chart a little earlier. Well, no, I guess not. Yeah, maybe Friday in the PM session. You could have seen that. You could take advantage, but definitely this morning. So now that we're consolidating, I'm gonna be looking for lower prices on gold down to this gap right here, and if it displaces through that gap, closes below it, I'll target this low down here. So it is a little extended to the downside today already, since it's now 9:10. And we've already had what is this? A 2% move down on gold. So shorting when you're already down 2%, maybe not the play, but it could be. Depends on your model, right? So yeah, I'm gonna leave the news up to Barbie, but to kind of sum it up, we got CPI and PPI this week. CPI tomorrow, no news today. PPI Thursday, and then 8:30 and 10 a.m. news on Friday, retail sales and U of M. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. Yeah, that's gonna do it for me. So
Thank you, Nick. Question.
Yo.
Once we hit 20K before Tuesday's CPI news, you're giving away 3 golf lessons?
I am, yeah. We all gotta link up though to get it. I'm not doing the online golf lessons like some of these people do these days, charging like $200 for. Hey, yeah, send me a video of your golf swing. It's like, bro, y'all are really charging $200 for that? But
yeah, you want to be able to get Nick to reach around you and help you hold that club right.
Oh, snap. Yes. Are we at 20K
That's
yet?
what I want. Is that just me? Okay.
Are we at 20K yet, guys? How are we doing?
Mine just says 19.9.
Oof, so close. Everyone push, share the stream on all of your socials. Make sure you hit subscribe if you haven't already, and turn on the notifications, because you never know when there might be a flash sale. And who knows, maybe we might get a celebration later if we hit 20K. Barbie, what are you thinking this morning? Besides about
okay.
the golf. besides about the golf swing
Yeah,
lesson?
I guess I got chat fully distracted there, but I mean, yeah, I think the golf lesson with Nick sounds like an awesome deal. But yeah, we do have news this week, so I'll talk about that since Nick set us up for that. We see CPIs tomorrow. That's a big deal. PPI is also a big deal, and unemployment claims. That's a weekly number though. But then we also have retail sales on Friday. Wednesday is pretty empty, so that will hopefully, I don't know, sometimes those days sandwiched between CPI and PPI can be fun. But today they went and added something. There wasn't this earlier, but now it says Trump's talking. So I checked, and it says that he's holding a press conference, so there will be questions and answers. But the topic is supposed to be on the law enforcement in the District of Columbia. So it's not supposed to be about Powell or Russia, but it is Trump. So,
Someone from CNN is going to ask him about, Ukraine and Putin, right?
yeah. So we should very much be aware that at 10 o'clock, there is going to be a press conference that could get a little derailed. At least it's more towards the end when they start asking more and more questions. Anyway, here's the ES chart for today. And just immediately this level at my levels are kind of getting smushed here, but this level at 64.25, I think it's going to be really important on ES. It kind of stood out really obviously as a magnet level. We're kind of between the bull target and the bear target. We're waiting for CPI and PPI, so we don't have the major catalysts today. So it makes a lot of sense that it would be an unproductive day, maybe target a bull move up or target a bear move down, and then kind of end back the day kind of flat. That idea makes a lot of sense to me. So then I was just kind of looking at what the potential targets would be. And, I'm looking at, this was Friday. It's not a massive day. Here's Thursday. It's, we can end up with decent sized days. It does kind of, the current, price ranges that we've been getting on a daily basis will give us room up to target if we can, break above this little consolidation area. And this area I marked in yellow was an old gap at 35. So we've kind of got from 64.20 up to 64.35 as a range. So if we break outside of that, we'll probably want to also get above this 40 level, to be honest. But then we've got the 64.60 level up there. Potentially a little speed bump around 64.75. I think the big target is going to be 6,500. I don't know if we can get there without drama, some sort of news, but we do have Trump talking. So it could be one of those things where it goes up and tags and comes back down. The more obvious target would be in here, though, the 64.60 to 70 area up there. If we end up moving lower, and we are just kind of squeezing in a little kind of balance on both ES and NASDAQ right now. So I can see kind of either of these scenarios almost equally right now. But on the bearish side, we are already kind of below the 64.20. So if we stay down there or even kind of go up and test the bottom side of the 25 level, come back down. The obvious targets, I didn't mark this one, but the 6,400 is that whole number has been in play a lot. And then we have this range that I hate trading. On the other side of that, we have 63.50 would kind of be the ultimate target of that. We can end up getting real choppy inside of this area, though. So the main kind of level that I watch inside of this, pink range is around 63.75. So yeah, probably not a real, the way I look at it, is the market going to be productive and put in a big daily candle that gets us to some new ranges and some new levels? And I don't think that's super likely today, but I do think we could have a little bit of chaos within this area in here and hopefully get some good moves off of it.
Thanks, Barbie. It sounds like it could be one of those Mondays where we just maybe potentially could end the day flat. It's quite possible. Wait and see.
Sometimes Mondays will kind of set the tone, but the tone is probably going to be set by CPI tomorrow. So that's
yeah.
So
I like to have days like today print for sure. Like let that daily candle, let the day kind of take care of itself the day before CPI. But I mean, I took a trade before a big news event. Like, I think it was last month on NFP. It was a very, very good setup. I took it, and then on NFP, the market didn't do anything at all. So what I was anticipating, the opposite happened. So I'll just do the same thing again. But did anyone happen to go to the movies this weekend and see the movie Weapons?
No.
Oh
This is
my
in
gosh.
theaters
Did you
right
see
now?
it?
Yes, it is the girl from Ozark. She is like one of the main characters in
She's
it,
good.
and then the guy from Wall Street, the newer one, Breton or whatever, he is in it. That movie was so good. Like it's probably the best movie I've seen since in like 4 or 5 years. I think it's got 99% Rotten Tomatoes right now. So like there's barely any bad reviews. You need to go see it for sure. I'm not gonna give anyone any spoilers because it's better if I don't give you anything at all. It's super good. It's really, really good. So
Oh, now I want to see it. This weekend's mission.
well, the good thing about being a trader is you know, for me at least, I'm done by 12, 1 o'clock. I can just go to the movies at 1:30 on a Monday, you know?
Yeah.
I'm
That's
definitely
the
gonna go see it again.
life.
You know?
Great idea. I know I haven't been into the theaters in like quite some time. I did watch that movie. The movie, what was it? Super old movie with I can't remember. I'll think of the name and tell you guys about it. Trading movies. What's your favorite trading movies, guys? Mine's The Big Short.
Mm.
I'm in a short right now, by the way.
I was actually kind of like waiting for that a little bit.
Yeah, me too. There's so many. Like I think the cast of The Big Short, you can't top that, right?
Yeah, it's classic.
But I mean, I think the ones with Michael Douglas are really good too. If you haven't watched Boiler Room, that's a good one. You got Ben Affleck in there. You got Vin Diesel. Like those are good. I don't think I have a favorite, but it just kind of depends on the mood. Like, you know, if I had a good week trading the market, I'm gonna say it's probably The Wolf of Wall Street, you know?
Classic. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
that gotta
Boiler
get the
Room.
ridiculousness going.
Yeah.
So I am in this short stop above the overnight highs, and the target is about 100 points. I was going for about 100 points in the red, thinking that we would pull back to about the middle of this range from Friday. So we'll see what happens. This is an eval. I am going smash or pass on this, guys. This is day 1 of this eval. I did pass a second account eval, a core sim account with MyFundedFutures last night. I took one trade and I was aiming for about $200 and I got it. And that was it. So now we're funded with 2 accounts. So I'm slowly going to try and collect them again.
Let's go.
Let's go. And you guys would be very proud of me. I am continuing with my new journaling habit. So
how's that going?
it's going, you know, surprisingly, I like it. I'm like getting into it. I'm journaling my emotions. I'm like, dear diary, I
Yeah,
did
I was
this.
about to
And
say, you calling it a diary since you're a chick, or you calling it a journal? Since you're a
I'm
trader?
I think I'm calling it a diary for
There you
fun,
go.
right?
Trading diary.
Yeah. Like I try
You
not
should just name it Nicole, so you're like talking to female names.
Yeah, I just try and not take this too seriously because I tend to take things very seriously. And I think with trading, it's so easy to like beat yourself up about, you know, things and get upset. So I try and make things light. Like on my X, I posted, I think it was on Friday. I'm like, this is the new strategy going from ice cream cone to ice cream cone. Just like trying to keep it light. Do you guys ever do that? Like, you know, try and keep it light because it can get so serious.
I mean, I just don't think I take life so seriously that that's a thing. But I mean, that's what we're kind of talking about, all the different differences. That's what I was kind of wondering is what your journaling looks like, because I bet it looks a whole lot different than mine. For me, I don't need to focus on the emotions. Like that's not productive for me because it's not it's not really something I have to work on. For me, it's all about more just like discipline and things. So, yeah, I was just kind of wondering what your journal looks like, because for me, I don't have to like trick myself into it not or you know, making it less serious just because I don't know. That's I mean, that's just the way my brain works. My brain's always looking for the fun.
Yeah. So I think my journaling will just keep evolving. So right now
Yeah.
it's very relaxed. It's like, okay, this is the trades that these are the trades that I took, and this is what I was thinking. Here's my risk reward. Um, I I think it's definitely going to probably help me to trade less, because I'm like, oh, like I had one day where I took so many trades. I was like, oh, way too many trades to even try and journal like all of it. So I just had to kind of, mm, share some emotions about the whole thing. Yeah, I think it will
Would that
evolve,
be a clue that you
definitely.
might have overtraded that day or not?
100%. Yes. And I think by writing it down and reading it, it makes it makes what you did hit even like harder and more real. Um, it's one thing when we think about things to ourselves, but and then to actually see it, it's like, oh wow, yeah,
Yeah.
I did do that, So
Uh,
so I
I effed
think
that one
it,
up. Yeah. That counts. Oh
yeah,
God, or
Yeah, you do
something.
have to find a way to hold yourself accountable, however it is. So,
Yeah.
exactly. Chat, are you guys journaling? Type Y if you're journaling, or N if you're not journaling.
Yeah. One thing you can do too that I recommend to some of my students is to like if one of them breaks the rules, right? And they each know that I think I taught that well, Monday, words are hard. If one of them broke the rules and they both know each other's rules and they see it in the journal or whatever, like you got to Venmo that person like $5. So maybe just Venmo Barbie like $5 or something.
Oh my God, I'll be broke.
Yeah, well,
I,
see,
I
there you
like this
go. You know
plan.
what I mean? So maybe try that out. You know, or
Yeah,
maybe just send the money to like some I don't know, some savings account or something.
yeah. Or charity. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, charity, whatever it is.
Maybe
It's just you're
maybe I'll
punishing
try
yourself
that.
a little bit.
Yeah. So 5 minutes until the market is going to open. NQ is about flat. ES is green by about 2 points. Let's see. I'm seeing a mix of people who journal and people who don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you should at least like log your trades or do something where you have some sort of accountability system.
yeah, I agree. You should definitely log the trades for sure.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying.
Whatever
That
kind of thing that you need to focus on. So you were saying that you take trades too seriously and get like too emotionally involved. So that makes sense that you're journaling the emotional part of it.
mm,
And for me, is making sure that I was sticking to my rules and things because I have my rules right here, and then I go doing some other crazy stuff.
Mhm.
So that was more what mine was about. So it was more about actually getting those numbers and writing what rules were followed or broken. So I think that is, and it will evolve over time too, because maybe you're focused on the emotional stuff right now, but you get really great at that, and then you're gonna have to work on something else. So it is good that it evolves.
yeah, it's this evolving game that we're playing, and we just continually keep working at one thing and just keep getting better, and then move on to the next thing. And I imagine some things you have to go back to.
I do because I'm kind of a stubborn doofus sometimes.
Same. 3 minutes until the market is going to open. Market is just trading around VWAP right now, and ES is a little below VWAP. NQ a little below VWAP. We're so close to all-time highs. This is just so incredible. Uh, a friend of mine asked me about stock ideas, and she said, how can I make money from investing um, or from the markets quickly? What would you guys say to that?
um, like for investing,
Yeah, I think she was just asking for like a quick way of like how to make money from the markets. Because
I think we
there's,
all want to know that, Terry. Will you let me know
Yeah,
when you
like
find like the secret little ATM code?
I know, right?
That's why we're on this journey, right? Like, there's so much of that. Like, what is the secret? Like, I just want the quick thing though. And it's like, well, if there just was the quick thing, then we wouldn't have the long thing.
Yeah, exactly. I said it can take years to learn the skill set, but once you learn it, the upside potential of the unlimitedness of the potential is what is very rewarding. And that's why many of us like go for it too. So that's that's what I said. I was like, I wish I knew. Because right, we would be there, definitely.
The
It is
people that
a
have spent their whole lives learning how to take money out of the market,
yeah,
you know, if there was a quick little thing, that's not the way it would work.
no. I know Pax on X posted something that said like, oh, I've known traders who have made multiple millions in the markets and then now they're driving Uber. And when I read that, I was like, wow, like that's hard, right? Like that hurts to be able to make so much money and then to have potentially lost it all and then to have to start all over again. So even when we think we have it licked and figured out, it's like you just never know. Market can humble you, definitely.
Did you say
Oh,
licked?
I did.
All right. Just making sure.
Licked.
Mhm.
So market's going to open in less than 1 minute. This trade is working so far. It's green by about $500. I'm going for a smash or a pass on this eval. So
Okay.
we'll see what happens if it will pass. So I have the take profits basically, so it should come in at like just a few dollars under 1,500, which is 50% of the way to passing this core account. It is 50% consistency on the eval side, and then market is open. Here we
Ding,
go.
ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, so with all of the accounts, there are no consistencies rules on the funded side, which I love because the starter plan before had a consistency rule on the funded side, no consistency on the eval, but I would rather have consistency on the eval and then like no consistency on the funded. So I can just like step on the gas and go for it and have a really big day. And then like, the next days, maybe they're just like smaller trades.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Twin Future says that sounds like a dating app, smash or pass.
Sometimes I
Kind of
feel
is a
like
little bit. Are we in this account going to get along together, going to have a future together, or not?
right, depending on the day. Are we going to get
Nah,
along
it's
or
depending on
are
what
we
you're trading.
fighting?
It's depending on what you're trading. If you're trading NQ, she's gonna be toxic.
Yeah.
But big upside.
Yes. And fast. I think a lot of people like to trade NQ because it's like either it's going to work or not.
Mhm. Yeah. So what were you saying about your accounts that you have now?
Yeah, so I have 2 funded now. Well, I passed one last night, so I'm just waiting for it to be activated
Okay.
as a funded account. And then I have the one that I passed last week, so that's funded. So I've 2 funded right now, and this is a third one I'm working on, this eval. So hopefully we'll see. No till August, you guys. I think the journaling is definitely helping.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
having one of those accounts that you trade like a day like today, where it's like the day before CPI, so maybe not as clean, and like trade another one like when you feel good about price, the volatilities, and be there. So I should be able to get a trade like tomorrow. Have one for that day. That way you're kind of alternating them. I think on
Yeah.
TraderVate, since I've never seen you pull up a trading view chart ever. So on TraderVate, what you can do is I think there's like a max daily loss limit or like a lockout thing. So that way you can just like if you hit like a minus $500 for the day, it just you can't trade it anymore, which would be good.
Let's talk
Yeah.
about that a little bit more because I actually get this question a lot. Because we have the freedom or not to use the lockout features.
Mhm.
But because it's a freedom, I think there's sometimes a misconception that it doesn't exist, but it is. It's just in the software. So,
Mhm.
yeah, that's one of
Honestly,
the really nice things about TradeAvate.
are you talking about on TraderVate?
Yeah, because a lot of the traders are using TradeAvate. So you can lock yourself out on both sides of the equation for a bad day or a good day. If you need that help.
Yeah,
That
no,
is
I think it's
the help.
good. I mean, I will say we all are human, so like we'll find ways around. The best thing, like that's a band-aid in my opinion. Like
I agree, but
like
some people
putting
really
like
do like that, and
yeah.
they miss it. So we still have
Well,
it.
yeah. Or what one thing I noticed too is sometimes like if their max, like say their max loss limit's $1,000 and the first trade they have for the day is 500, the next one they'll just close out at like 490, and then they'll turn the copier thing off or the trade lockout thing off, and then they'll blow the account, because then they'll go
It
over it,
defeats
right?
the purpose.
Yeah, exactly. The fees. So, but like when you go on tilt,
Yeah.
like you make sense of everything, and that's not good, right? So I think the best thing to do is just fix the issue. Like I personally don't have that on. I turned them on before, mainly due to some firms. You can only make 50% in a day, so you try to have like a strict cutoff.
Yeah.
I don't like. I think it's a band-aid. It's not. It doesn't fix the real problem. I think if you fix the real problem, it'll help you. Better. It'll help you out in the long run. But I think it's good for people who are just starting to feel, like some of the emotions of trading. Like, oh my god, like why is a lot like losing a trade make me feel this way? I mean, like maybe having that in there at first will definitely help. Because I mean, for some of these people, even if it's just an $80 account, that's a lot of money, for some people. So especially per month. So
I see chat saying that you can go in and disable it, and yeah, you can. But here's the thing: if you're going to be a success at this, at some point you have to develop some discipline. So hopefully that at least puts the brakes on you to where you can have that moment of thought where you can make the decision: am I going to exercise my discipline or my tilt? And you can make that decision, because that is something you're going to have to do as a trader on a regular basis. So it is training wheels, but it's there if you want it.
Training wheels, and then eventually take off the training wheels when you're ready. It sounds like what you guys are saying. Yeah, I like training wheels. I will say I have put on that daily loss limit and I have taken it off, and then the account was blown. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
So to go back to what you guys are saying, like you do have to figure out that discipline piece, because like even if you download a software program that automatically like turns off your computer, well, people can like probably take that off their computer too. Yeah. With the problem is like the tilting, the emotions, and needing to fix that.
It helps give you that moment of where you can hopefully realize that you're making that decision.
Yeah. Like a timeout. So my take profit, I have two different ones. I have one where it's just one micro contract. It should, hopefully we hit TP. It's 23,679.25. So once that hits, that is about $100, and then the rest are down around 23,646. So you might ask, how did I come up with these TPs? So I have a bracket, a $200 bracket with MNQ, and I just like it because it's set. I know the math is easy for me, like one contract, $200. So if I put on 5, that's like going for $1,000 profit or $1,000 risk. And so if I'm trying to smash or pass, I'll put on 5, and then I'll put on 2, and then 1 is the take profit is $100. So it's just easy way to do math for me.
Yeah, no. That's one thing about some of these people that are moving over from forex to futures. I get it. It's pretty confusing. We got YM, NQ, and ES, all these trading the different ticks per tick amount and things like that. So yeah, definitely. I think there's a list in the MyFundedFutures Discord where it says I think it's I think it's under it's in there somewhere. I also have it in my Discord, my free part of my Discord. It's like a resource library. It talks about all the tick amounts, because they can definitely get confusing for most people.
Right? Yeah. So MyFundedFutures, guys, 15% off resets, 5 uses. Use code YouTube for that. And it helps to support the channel when you use our code. 15% off. Nice. Off resets.
Did we set a bounty?
No bounty.
Okay.
No bounty. We're flying wild today. Let's see what happens. Chat, everyone smash that like button. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
It's
go.
20K. We got to get 20K. That's what we need.
Yes, we want to see 20K project. Monday project. Are we close? I saw someone say we were only like 20 subs away.
Oh man, 20Ks.
I wish I had
some
the
people were
back
saying
end
they hit
thing to
it.
see the count. We're pretty close.
Some people are saying we hit it. It says 3 subs away.
3 away is not hitting it technically. We've all been there where the market goes up and it's like looking at our order there. We want to take profits, but it's like got just a few ticks away. And it's like, ha ha. We're not playing that game either.
It's the teasing.
Someone wanted me to look at gold real quick. Again,
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
Magnus said.
It's kind of ugly this morning.
Yeah.
Gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think it's personally been kind of ugly the past couple months, but if you look at the hourly chart from this morning, it hasn't really moved much since that moved down. I would be watching this 4-hour level right around in here. Got this gap. Also have a higher time frame model for me to the downside. So maybe something in here. We did get a close above it or below it already, and a move down to here. However, there is a daily gap right here to the upside. So there is a daily gap to the upside. So watch that. But I don't think it's going to hold it because, we're in a consolidation. And what do we notice about this consolidation? This gap's getting, disrespected. Everything's kind of, both sides are kind of getting, it's hard for the market to hold a trend for gold right now. So I'm anticipating that it doesn't hold a trend. It just goes the opposite. So this would be a good level to short based off of my model here. Yeah, hopefully you guys see that. Take advantage of it. But like I said, we're down 2% on it already for the day. So yeah. Mainly just gonna be watching the indices today and tomorrow and the rest of the week.
Nick, I heard you say gold is already down 2%. So you're like, yeah, I'm not gonna touch it. Like I'm gonna look at the indexes. I think that's definitely something that, like, as a newbie trader, I would do all the time. Like the market is already down, 2-3%, and I'm still like hoping to get a piece of the short. It's like, wow. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that it's down 2%. I'm not trading it for the rest of the day, but I would like to see a pullback to I'd like to see it go up, 0.5%, 1%, and then maybe look for a short in there. So the timing isn't right. It kind of ran without me to start the morning. Let me wait and see if I get a pullback. If it just keeps dropping 2, 3, 4%, that's just something you got to live with. Because you can't beat yourself up about like not catching a move during London if you trade New York AM session because you're asleep. So yeah, it's very easy to get FOMO in this market.
Yeah, what helps you deal with FOMO?
Really just kind of at first it was always trying I'd hate going on social media and just seeing people catch moves and not being a part of them. But I think once you just kind of get that system in place and you see results with it, you kind of become you don't want to do all the other stupid stuff you used to do. So
yeah,
I don't worry too much about it. But you kind of have to see the long run, right? You have to see that it's going to play out over time. There's always going to be another train to catch with trading. There's always.
I think you develop that. I think you develop that over time because you have to have that proven to yourself, right? So it's like, I think some of it comes from confidence in the market. So you were talking about that, like once you have the plays that you're going to execute and you've done it a few times, I think you get more confidence in your trading that way. And then you can see, okay, well, Bob got that trade and that worked out really, really great for him, but that wasn't in my system, or it's okay if I miss that because there's another opportunity. And I think it's just a lot easier to see that way. I don't expect to get every single move in the market. And I think we talked about that a little bit before. Like, as a brand new trader, did you look at a chart and see all these little swing moves and you're thinking, okay, I'm going to learn how to pick up every single one of these little swing moves? And that's not really what we end up doing. We end up with a little set of ways that we engage with the market, and it doesn't really matter what Nick's doing. For my trades, he's got his own setup. He can go win all day long, and I can have a red day or a flat day or whatever. But then when the market sets up for my system more, then I'm going to have a big day and he's going to be watching. And it all kind of works out in the end where, we're all doing this. We all have our little moments. And the reason that we have our trading community and our trading friends is because these guys are the only ones that understand this craziness that we're doing. And
Yeah.
it's really great to have friends like that, but we shouldn't be jealous or envious or whatever just because somebody else caught a trade and we didn't, because there are always more opportunities.
Always.
Every single day there's more opportunities. But you develop that. I mean, that's just something you get over time.
I didn't have that at first. When I first started, like the first, I don't know, 6 months, I was like, man, I was trying to catch every move, switch strategies. Like my brain was like a ping pong ball. You know what I mean? So it's the hardest part is like dialing it back and like taking stuff away from your trading. That's when you get better and you start to get rid of that FOMO.
MyFundedFutures just said, so chat, for 20K subs, I'm happy to announce Fabio is considering something. More info whenever I know more. Woohoo! This is exciting. A little surprise for us. We love you, Fabio.
Corey, the phone trader, is in chat. I love to see that.
What up,
Good morning.
Corey?
How'd y'all
morning,
like
Corey.
that? Wasn't he on Friday or Thursday?
Friday.
It was pretty good. I didn't catch it, but it was good. Awesome, cool.
Definitely worth a rewatch. He had a lot of really good points, and it's really great to see someone just really in the middle of the grind and making it happen. I really love that, because there's a lot of excuses why we can't be successful. Corey doesn't care. So
No. Yeah, and Corey will be back on our show sometime. We don't know when. We can't wait to have you back on, Corey. Oh, so speaking of guests, today we have Sean Swoyer on later, very soon here, and he is a trading psychologist, so he can help us more. Sean, I need your help. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like this discussion that we've started, because we can ask his opinions on that too, and
and learn from all the traders he's worked with, and he will have a very interesting perspective for us.
Yeah, so if you have questions, be thinking about questions for a trading psychologist, because I think this is going to be really great.
Yeah. I will need some time on that trading psychology couch.
Yeah.
A trading shrink.
Yeah, wait, you said that. Oh yeah, like the little couch you guys sit on, so kind of
the casting couch is going to be the shrink couch today.
Yeah.
The little couch we sit on. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that one. Have you guys seen Billions?
Oh, that's the best show of all time. Billions is so good.
So good. If you guys haven't seen it, you got to see it. It's a series that HBO did. And there's a psychologist on there. Her name is Wendy on the show. And it's actually written after a real trading psychologist. So I thought that was interesting. And I think in real life, she ended up suing the show or suing the producers, something like that, because they used her likeness and her information that she shared with them, and she wasn't compensated. I'm not sure all the details, but I was like, oh, no way. And I found the real person, like the one that Wendy is written after. And I was like reading her Twitter, and it's so interesting, you guys, that there are people who specialize in this, like specifically working with traders and with traders at hedge funds trading millions and millions of dollars. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, no, I mean Barbie definitely gives me like Wendy Rhodes vibes for sure.
Oh
Now I
yeah,
want to go watch this because I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
you have. It's
You know
so
what I
good,
mean?
Barbie. Yeah, yeah, with like a whip.
I'm always behind on TV and stuff. I just wait till people say, "Have you seen that? Have you seen that?" a million times, and then I finally go watch it.
You would actually like it a good bit. It's got good casting too. It's got some good people in it. I think
Out.
so. Yeah, I don't tell me how many times I've watched it. It's literally maybe a
A
billion.
billion times.
Yeah.
So Aaron Sorkin is, well, I think, the original writer on the show, and also has like producer credits. So he is a reporter on CNBC, also writes for newspaper, business related, and I think the bad guy in the show is written after Cohen, .72, who went to jail, or maybe not jail, but he was on house arrest, or he was prosecuted for insider trading. So it's real interesting, the things that actually happen, like in some of these hedge funds.
I agree.
Wild. Yeah.
Super good.
There's
I think
no
this stuff is
insider
always-
trade.
There's always been craziness going on. It's just harder to hide it these days. And some people, I think, still are like, whatever, we don't have to hide it because what are they going to do about it?
Yeah,
So we'll
right?
see.
Like, some people just pay the fines. And they're like, no biggie. Unfortunately, there's no insider trading for prop traders, you guys. I'm sorry. There's no anyone who's like looking to, I don't know, do the insider trading thing. No, not with our sim accounts. Not possible. So my trade here, the Smasher Pass, it reversed. So now it's in profit by about $190 or so. I am just going to leave this on and just let it run. So this is like an intraday swing Smasher Pass.
Good.
Alrighty.
By the way, we got 600 people. Why are we not subbed? You know, like we're like 5 subs away apparently to 20K. Do you guys want some cool stuff? Like, I don't get it. Like, smash the sub button. Like, I'm literally gonna throw it out there. Like, smash. What are we doing? You know, all I hear
Let's
is
do
bounty
it.
question mark, bounty question mark. You know, smash the sub button. Maybe just smash it.
Smash it,
Maybe
you
we
guys.
might have some things.
Maybe something happens.
Something exciting might happen. Jay says, let's go. 2 away. Who's going to be the special 2 people that push us to 20K?
It's going to be one of y'all's grandmas, I bet. Go get on your grandma's account.
That's a great idea, actually.
Yeah. Are you logging in your other
I won't call my
accounts?
grandma right now and tell her to sub.
Call your grandma. I love
We'll
this.
do anything to support. So,
Did we hit 20K? Not yet.
they say, where's our official? Who's got the backdoor access?
I would call
We
her, but
hit it.
it's 6 a.m. where she's at. I know she's not up, so I will definitely have her do it. But it seems like we may already hit it here,
Did we hit it?
soon. But some people don't know where the sub button's at. You just gotta like exit out of the stream and then click MyFundedFutures and then just click subscribe or whatever. 12 more. Never mind.
12 more. 12 more. Let's see it. Let's do it. Maybe we can get it before Sean is on the show with us. That'd be
People
cool.
don't realize too, like, you know, you may be like 3 or 4 away. I've learned this about, you know, how cynical people can be in this world is when you're close to some cool goal, people will start unsubscribing to be like that one person, like, ha, 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 you know, so we're probably
Ew.
getting a lot of that right now, you know.
Ew. We don't like that.
Yeah, but every time that happens on my channel, I'll see one go away. They get replaced by 6 more. So it's like, yeah, get out of here.
Yeah.
Or they'll leave like a nasty comment, like, yeah.
They're just always
actually have
asking me about
fun.
my banana. Like, they don't know what a banana's for.
You're like, what the heck? Don't you guys like bananas? My trade is just chopping around. Today could be like a small range day, like everyone waiting for tomorrow.
Do that again, Terry. Do the little small range.
Small range day?
Yeah, there we go.
We just need
It
small
could be a
eggplant
big range
day.
day.
Small eggplant day, not a big eggplant day.
Yeah, let's just call it the small eggplant day.
Lucas is trying to make you think that's big. Don't listen to him.
So market is just chopping around. Nick, you're not seeing
Yeah, it's
anything?
not big, but I'm not
Harvey?
in. I haven't been in anything. I've got my auto trade up, but I'm not seeing anything real exciting right now. I want to, but
we can't tell the market what to do. It won't listen.
tried. It did not go well.
Yeah.
I used to try, like, what if we just like do a circle up here with the mouse? Will it go up there? We want it down here. Let's do a circle down here. And I was trying to like pull it. Like, come on. We're in Terry Short right over here, right? Let's go over here. This is where we want. Doesn't listen now.
It doesn't. Or if you stare at it like with intense eyes, that doesn't work either. I've tried that.
I'm trying. Yeah, that's not working either.
Like walking around with your phone like everywhere. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Someone asked me, why are you using the close of the candle for a breaker and not all the candle, including and the wick? So, to me, this is where I will start to quote ICT in some sort of positive way here, because I think this is good advice. So wicks kind of do the damage, bodies tell the story. So if you look at the gold trade, like I was talking about earlier, on the daily, look at the wick, right? So to me, when I see this daily close here, it means the wick is doing the damage and the body's telling the story. Well, the body's telling me that, like, it doesn't really want to displace through this high. It's not really bullish. It's kind of a consolidated market. Or sometimes it can be bearish. So I would have wanted to close above if I wanted to see continuation. And now that we didn't get that, you can look to target shorts. So candle closure is everything to me. I want to see it confirm with strong, displacement above or below, my breaker block or unicorn, whatever you want to call it. And then I'll look to put on risk. Like, I don't want to see wicks above it. So hopefully that helps you. Apparently we hit 20K. So
woohoo!
Shout out grandmas.
Let's go, grandmas.
Let's go.
Grandma.
Everyone smash the confetti button. This is a big day for us.
And your
All of
grandma's going to
us.
love me. Don't worry about that.
Let's go. MyFundedFutures family.
Oh, yeah. Mine is refreshed. It says 20K. There we go. 20K
So
subs
awesome.
on the screen.
Smashed. Raphael Trace says smashed. What's your favorite?
Can't wait to see what we have coming now.
I know, right? A surprise for us from Fabio himself. What's your favorite part so far of our community?
Who, me?
Yeah, both of you guys. And chat.
Yeah, I thought we were asking chat.
Favorite part about being on here is probably hang out with you guys, hang out with the chat, and as long as you just help, like, even like if you got a huge audience, I think just helping one person, turn their life around through trading, I think that's very, very cool, and like that can't be understated, right? So, and you don't even have to have a big audience to like help people. Like, I know people that got like 100 followers on X, don't have a YouTube channel, that are very good at helping, that I'll recommend to some of my trader students if they like need like a good psychology session or stuff like that. There's just people who don't really want to be in the spotlight that much. But the point is, helping that one person to me is kind of reach their goals with trading, I think is very cool. So that's kind of why I like coming on here, and why I like why I like hanging out with you guys. And plus, you know, we have fun, so it's not always like, you know, market talk 24/7, because as we can see, like today, the market really ain't doing much. So can't always have serious 100%. That's why we got Barbie on here. Barbie always keeps it. Yeah.
It's like the
She keeps
best
it 100.
team.
I love
Yeah.
that.
I mean, I like the community because nobody wants to sit at home by themselves and squeeze their
Yeah.
bananas alone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Trading's very lonely.
I agree. Exactly. That's my favorite thing too, is like to
Squeezing
come on here
bananas together.
together. It's so fun to come on here, talk to you guys, learn from you guys, learn from the community, and to not feel alone. Trading can feel very isolating, and a lot of people just don't understand at all like what we go through. And so it feels so nice to be able to share like what's happening, and the good stuff, the bad stuff. It's like we're all learning and growing together, and it's one of my favorite things. So Nick, last minute thoughts before you head out for the day?
Oh yeah, man. Time just flies by. At least we hit 20K before I got to head out. So it looks like golf lessons for everybody, I guess.
Woohoo!
I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
Yeah, no, it'll be fun. Hopefully we all got a link up. So I don't really have much. Gold looks like it's pulling back a little bit. Let's see. NQ and ES looks like you have like an upwards consolidation on NQ. I'd pay attention like when it runs a low or high. Like, is it displacing through the high or low? If it is, then you know you can continue to play the trend. But I just really wouldn't expect much today. I actually tweet out if I take anything, I'm going to be very selective. But tomorrow's like my favorite day of trade too, so it's much easier for me to like be hands off today. But yeah, I'm gonna let the Sean Sawyer hop in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. 20K.
Let's go. Thank you, Nick. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Let's welcome our guest, Sean Sawyer. Come on down.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm very good. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, thank you for coming on. We're so excited to have you here because like I think a lot of us need some trading psychology help.
Most of us do. We can do a little group therapy if you want.
That sounds perfect. A 30-minute group therapy session.
Yeah, exactly.
So tell us a little bit about you for people who don't know, who haven't met you yet.
Sure. Sean Sawyer, I'm with sound performance psychology. I have been a psychotherapist for 22 years, and about whenever marijuana stocks hit the OTC is when I started trading. I think that was 2017. That's kind of what drew my attention in and created some of that hopium we all have when we started.
Yeah.
And I decided I really loved it. I quit my job. I went to private practice, which in my world is just, you know, when you're billing insurance companies on your own, and started a little brick and mortar. And I started to schedule my clientele around prime trading times. So I'd see someone before the market, lunch, and then power hour and beyond, because I don't trade power hour. And it has just gone from there.
That's so cool. So you were trading at the time that you were a therapist, like a clinical mental health therapist, and then now are you like exclusively working with traders, or is it a
I
mix?
primarily work with traders. I haven't marketed my, I haven't looked for new folks for my traditional private practice in years. I might still get some referrals, but I'm primarily focused on this business. It is mostly traders. I've done performance work with some other groups, business folks, musicians, but now it's really traders. I really enjoy working with traders. They're fun. That's
so cool. So you typically do like one-to-one sessions with traders to like help with trading psychology?
I do both. I do one-to-one is definitely where I do most of my work. I have a workshop that I do as well, where I kind of teach. One of the issues of trading psychology is that it's very vague. Psychology is the study of human behavior in a context or a social environment. And a lot of trading psychology hasn't necessarily focused on what retail traders do and how what we do is different. It came from a lot of institutional traders, a lot of old school prop firms, and we're a little different. We have a different background getting into trading, so that's kind of what I focus on, is how we bring our own life issues into trading and context. I mean, a professional trader doesn't have 2 kids in the other room and a wife and another job, and has to work around all these things and responsibilities and during their day. Risk is managed for them. They're in a certain setting. We work very differently, and in my opinion, because of the access traders have through prop firms, through back in the day when those E-Trades ads started with the baby investing. I don't know if you guys saw those or not, but since then, new types of people have also traded. New types of personalities have gotten into the trading game, and that has changed the psychology of it quite a bit. And that's where my focus is.
That's so interesting. It sounds like your practice is definitely geared towards it's very specific with retail traders, and I heard you say and prop traders, we're different than the institutional traders.
Yeah, and I what I was thinking about in my head then was like I work with some not online prop firms. I don't know what you call them, but I work with a couple guys like that, and those Wall Street guys, family firm guys, there's a certain personality that's going to go into trading, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain personality that's going to be in that type of setting. That is not required anymore. We can sit at home alone. We can be the mom and basement person or whatever, and that personality is not going to make it on Wall Street, but they can make a living in their basement. They can make a living at home, and that does change what needs to be addressed psychologically speaking, because we have a broader swath of personalities and personality types in the trading business.
So interesting. We were just talking about FOMO on earlier, wondering what helps people deal with FOMO. Do you help people a lot with FOMO? Is that a common problem?
It is. It's I think FOMO chasing. We create fantasies in our head about what we want, or if we miss something, our brain tells us, ooh, we gotta get this. And I do help people with that. I think in this type of setting for us, I think the important thing to focus on is learning how to manage your nervous system. FOMO, think about what it stands for: fear of missing out, right? Mm-hmm. The F in FOMO is different for the 3 of us. It's different fear that drives the OMO. And we have to learn what that is in order to manage it. So, how to get rid of FOMO is I think, person dependent, but generally speaking, what you can do is start working on managing your nervous system, because, fear is a issue that, it kind of gets marked as a negative in trading, but fear is really important. Fear is why you don't get in car accidents when you drive every day. Fear, it keeps us alive. And so our relationship with it, if we're just trying to squash it or be fearless or whatever, that doesn't really work. What works is, accepting there's going to be fear, accepting, risk management in terms of what it really is. Risk in 2025 isn't lion, tigers, and bears. It's, going broke. It's losing everything. So that when we're risking money, it is actually a threat, and it can activate that part of our nervous system. And so I teach traders in the group how to really work with that threat management, and how that activates impulsivity and impulsive behaviors and non-acceptance of reality. We kind of want the market to do something and it doesn't, we're mad, getting rid of all that kind of nonsense. So for broader strokes terms for your question, yeah, I do a lot of that. And it really comes down to changing your relationship with fear, changing your relationship with, how that affects how you feel, your nervous system, and what you do to manage it. And I think there's also a lot of fear of being wrong, a fear of being left out, and those all kind of different flavors of it influence how it affects us and who it affects.
I think that's huge in trading. We're always afraid that if we miss this trade or this opportunity, like there's not going to be another one because it's hard to find opportunities. And I think over time we have to relax into that and realize that there always are going to be opportunities. We'll always find another one.
There's endless opportunities, between all the instruments out there to trade and, trading styles. I tend to be more of a live data kind of trader. So there's plenty of opportunities throughout the day. And I think, back to that point I was making about acceptance, you have to accept that. If you don't accept there's tons of opportunities, you're going to do those silly things and chase and make those mistakes and kind of lose, I call it the psychological higher time frames. We might be looking at minute charts. I don't know what you guys are looking at there, but you start out higher time frame work down, and that higher time frame stuff is important, even if you're looking at a 1 minute chart, right? Because maybe there's a downtrend or whatever. You need the bigger context, and I think, and psychologically speaking, the bigger context, we lose it, and then what happens? What you just said happens. We think we have to chase. We're not aware of there's plenty more opportunities coming today. There's plenty more coming this week, and just take a beat and accept that reality if I've missed it. And the market provides, if nothing else, it provides opportunities. It doesn't always provide money, but it does provide opportunities.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Yeah, it does. So last week, I went on tilt a little bit, not a little bit, a lot. I lost my funded account. I think I had 2 funded and 1 eval. And so I was like, okay, no tilt August, you guys, let's work on this. And what I experienced was the fight. It was a fight or flight. And I was in the fight. I mean, I was like, oh, my NQ just had a nasty hook on my face. I was like, let's go. And I would not lay down. I'm like, no, I don't care how red this account goes. Let's go. And yeah, that was not good. That didn't end well.
You've got some insight into it. How soon after the fact did you know that you were in fight versus freeze or flight?
Probably
self-awareness kick in.
Yeah, I think when it was a sea of red, right? All the accounts aren't blown yet, but it was a sea of red. I was just oh man. And something does happen when an account gets too red. There is a tipping point. Let's say my account is red by $300, $400. That's not gonna tip me. But if it becomes red $1,500 and I only have $500 worth of drawdown left, something like that, and then this monster comes out that's all right, let's put it all on, let's I give up, let's bet the house, bet the farm. Yeah, so that's
you got to get to know your inner monster. You got to know what the monster wants, what's the monster's agenda, what are they scared of. It'll make a big difference.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, MyFundedFutures says the full Port Terry. Exactly. So, Sean, you're saying you have to get to know your inner monster, all of us.
Yeah, we all do. We all have, an impulsive side. We're not going to lose an impulsive side. We need impulse. Again, we need impulsivity just to survive it. It's not all bad. People look to, in my opinion, a lot of trading psychology looks at the negatives of fear and greed and comparisons and all those kinds of things that get us in trouble. But the reality is those things have helped us for 200,000 years of human development. So if trying to fight them is a miscue, in my opinion, and working with them is much more fruitful to someone's trading. And so to what you said before, you tilted, you're aware of that. That's great. You can say it and share it. You don't have shame. It doesn't sound like shame of tilt is a big issue, which matters a lot because a lot of people keep it all to themselves. When I was in the green room, I heard you guys talking about trading together in community, and that stuff does make a difference. And I completely just lost my train of thought to what you're saying. Oh yeah, the tilt thing. And the trick with tilt is that once tilt happened, it's just about getting out, but it's about the 5 minutes before the tilt, the 10 minutes before the tilt. And you said, 300-400 isn't a big deal, but once it gets to 15, so somewhere between 300-400, 15, maybe it needs to be your daily loss limit, or or what you might want to call it is your tilt prevention limit. And
Ooh,
it might
I like
motivate
that.
behavior differently than a daily loss limit, because everyone hears that I only lose this a day, I only take that a day. Well, congratulations, but how about, how do you manage tilt? How do you manage, your system, your setups? Well, how do you manage it when you start ignoring that and start just going for it?
Yeah. Tilt prevention system.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's what the workshop is about. Like when I work with groups, it's really about, because you can't get too specific onto one person. I work with some models that have data behind them. It's stuff I've learned as a traditional therapist, that works for various issues where your nervous system is affected, and trading affects our nervous system. Puts us in freeze all the time, and we have to really accept it, like I was saying, and B, pick up the tools to limit it. And the idea is, develop a trading psychology plan so you can follow your regular trading plan.
Interesting. So, how does the groups that you do, like, how does it work? Do traders sign up, and is it like a 12-week thing, or?
I guess it depends on what you mean by whole big thing. I say yes, it is. It's 5 weeks. It's you can sign up on my website, soundperformancepsychology.com, and it's online. Obviously, I do it through Google Meet, and it's I go on there. We go through the concepts. We discuss the concepts. We practice them, which is really important. And when it's a live instruction type of thing versus the self-guided models, you've got access to me. We can talk about whatever. We can figure things out that are more specific to the group, or if it's a bunch of prop traders, the focus might be a little different than if it's a bunch of options traders. Not that they have to be separated, but I would say that stuff makes a big difference.
So interesting. I did pull up the website so people can see what it looks like.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So it's soundperformancepsychology.com if anyone is interested. And this is really cool. So the individual and performance enhanced EMDR. Whoa. So EMDR is used.
Are you familiar with EMDR?
I am. I actually have
awesome.
a background in psychology.
Oh, you do?
I do. Yeah.
Cool.
You wouldn't know it based on my trading.
Well, terrible psychological mistakes are what got me into focusing on this, so don't worry about it. I'm with you.
Yeah. So EMDR is used to help treat trauma.
Yeah.
It's how are you using EMDR? That's so interesting.
Trading trauma.
Yeah, I was about to say we're all traumatized for trading.
Yeah, I did an EMDR session recently on someone lost $250,000 in a trade. Like, that's kind of traumatic.
Yeah.
But the reality is this: EMDR was developed for trauma. You're right. It has been developed for a lot of other things too. There's a tremendous amount of data. It's the most, in the world of psychological interventions, it's got the most fully controlled studies. Militaries use it. Insurance companies like it because it's faster than regular therapy. But it's not just like when people think of trauma, they tend to think of particularly awful things, that it can happen to you, abuse or assault or whatever. It is that kind of thing, but also it's, abandonment issues when you're growing up. Those aren't big T shock traumas, like being in the military, but, being abandoned when you're a kid makes a difference. And it affects us today, and it's going to affect our trading. If we have trouble setting limits and saying no in our personal life, well, what's the equivalent in trading? It's literally limits. It's literally respecting daily loss limits, respecting your stop losses. I mean, that's boundaries, and those types of issues can mess with people's boundaries, and then it shows up in their trading, just as an example.
Yes, like wherever you go, there you are.
Amen. John Cabot's in too.
Oh, no, I don't.
What's the title of his book? Sorry, or one of his books.
Oh, that's so cool. 50 free resets. Use code Let's Begin 50. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Let us know if you got it in chat. 50 of them. They go fast.
I have a question. So Sean, you work with a lot of different traders, right? I mean, kind of a good variety. So
Yeah.
is there kind of some key features that separates the traders who burn out from those who end up, making a sustainable real career out of this?
Yeah. The differences, it's interesting. I think the most drastic differences, I do work with a few, pros, guys who used to do some hedge fund stuff, and they are a little different. Their personalities are a bit different, but mostly we never have to discuss risk management because it's just a given. It is so baked in, and not just because pros, they have risk management teams. They've got, the guys with the computer science degrees in the basement or whatever, monitoring things. And if they trade crazy, they get shut down. There's things in place. There's threats against your job, all that kind of stuff. We don't have that. So, we have to develop our own motivations that are, and that's a huge difference between those types and what we're doing, because they don't need to build those motivations. They're away from home. They've got focus. They've got income from the job itself. So that takes a lot of pressure off the trading. And, they've got they've a team on their side working with them, and we don't really have that. So we have to build these internal risk managers. And that's one of the big differences I focus on with home traders, screen traders, or even some of those guys that are out and retired now. It's are you thinking about your kid's college fund before you execute it? You should be, if it's important to you. You got to bring in, it's kind of existential psychology is where I took it from, or took the concepts from. But, people talk about your why. You got to know your why. You do. You got to know what matters to you, your values. Are you doing this for your family? Are you doing this for vacations or Lamborghinis? Like, no judgment. What are you doing it for? And if it truly motivates you, we're going to use that. We're going to use what you bring to the table to work on this stuff. So that's a big difference, is building in that internal risk manager by building conscious intraday awareness of, this is why I'm doing this. This is what's important to me. If I do X, it's moving away from what's important to me. If I do Y, it's moving me towards, which one do I want to do? And really thinking that through, because we do the thing that doesn't serve our interest, and then we're very upset with ourselves, and some sort of cycle starts or continues. Boom bust is the classic example. So that's a big difference. And all the tools, at least for the workshop, it's, they're intraday. There's active efforts to be doing throughout the day to keep yourself regulated, to keep your nervous system managed for that tilt prevention idea.
That's so interesting. So with our audience, like, we're prop traders, and it sounds like such a big challenge that we experience, that we have to rise to the occasion and learn, compared to, like, say, hedge fund traders, is developing that risk, our own risk management, and everything built around that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a key.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. We have to build that incentive. We have to manage expectations and understand that, chipping away at a few $100 a day, using micros or whatever, it is moving in the right direction. Stopping yourself when you're down 400 or 500, that's success. A good red day and being satisfied with it, I think, is an important mark in a trader's career, is when they can understand, okay, I only lost X, and that still served my best interest. Down 500 is still moving me closer to what's important to me versus down 1,500. And, it manages, and it fits within your risk parameters, your account size, whatever.
Mm-hmm. That is one of the hardest things for a lot of traders to do, is to walk away on a red day.
It's like we're kids on a playground and there's no supervision. We have to tell ourselves to go home to get off the swings. Come on, what kid's going to do that? We have to. That's why I like the value stuff, because we have to build a counterpoint to the fun and the hope and the intoxicating effects of trading, the joy of trading, all that good stuff, and not so good stuff. So that's,
I think part of the hard, we really love all the big profits we get, right? That's really exciting.
It is great.
Then when you're on the opposite and you get those big losses and you have to scale everything down and kind of regroup and you're back to trading micros or whatever, how do you what's some advice you can give someone to stay motivated when they've had to scale it back down and reel it in and get back to the basics and work on micros or something small again to build back up?
It's a good question. So the first thing that jumps to mind is actually kind of what I was just talking about. It's tuning into your values, really thinking about them. Your why. Why did you come to trading? Everyone got into this for a reason. And if you think about it, we're all choosing to join one of the toughest professions, one of the professions with the lowest success rate, not to be kept in sunshine here. But so you got to think about what brings you to do that? What's your why? And is your behavior congruent with your why? That whatever you did to blow the account or the big setback, what happened? You got to retrace your steps, because once people are in that tilty state, it's a little too late. There's a lot of work to do to build up, and that's where the difference comes in. So I in a situation like you mentioned, I advocate a lot for people to learn to be compassionate with yourselves, which a lot of traders have a reaction to when I first bring it up. But it doesn't help to scream at yourself. It doesn't help to berate yourself inside your head. It doesn't help to be self-critical or, whatever issue kind of reinforces it on, failure, fear of failure, fear of success, imposter syndrome, whatever. And, accept those realities and, make an adjustment. There's obviously the technicals are hugely important. And I will say, it's a brand new trader or whatever under 2 years worth of trading psychology is really difficult, because you might not know what's trade psych and what's just your talent level or skill level, which is fine. Like we all are at different levels in that regard. And again, it's a thing we have to accept. So, that's a piece of it too. If someone's really upset and they've been trading for 6 months, they blew an account. Of course you're going to blow an account if you've been trading 6 months. Like that's nothing. It's not a lot of time yet. And this is your grind. This is your whatever, 4 years of undergrad before you get out there in the world. And I think, that perspective, that acceptance of what's the reality of trading and managing those expectations. Get a payout before you're worried about anything else. What's your minimum payout you guys can take?
$1,000 from the core account. I'm sorry, not minimum. That's max. I think it's $250. Yeah.
Okay. Get that money in your pocket and spend it on a bill. Get it worked in. This is a practical thing. This is a business. And I think that makes a difference too. But don't worry about squat else till you're getting payouts. Everything else is a fantasy till that point. We all have to be very, very conscious of that.
Why are we so much harder on ourselves when something goes poorly than we are nice to ourselves when things go well? I've just always wondered that.
I wish I had a really good answer for you for that.
That would be the holy grail for trading, right?
Yeah. I mean, think about what I was saying, like compassion. It's so much easier. If your best friend comes to you and says, I did X, Y, and Z and I crashed my car, or I did X, Y, and Z and I need to borrow some money, you're going to be a lot nicer to your bestie than you are to yourself. It is natural, because if you're going to get deep about it, it's got something to do with shame. Like we're not going to treat people super badly unless we're kind of jerks. So it's easier to treat ourselves poorly, and we've internalized a lot of criticisms from being a kid, and we don't have to feel guilty when we say it to ourselves like we would if we said it to someone else. And there is a lot of frustration and anger and stuff that builds up with trading, and it does need to be expressed, but it can be expressed in more effective ways than giving yourself crap. So practicing acceptance, practicing self-compassion. It's a specific type of mindfulness skill that makes a huge difference for what you're asking. And
you have to be friends with yourself instead of hard on yourself.
Yeah, you got to treat yourself like you would treat your best friend. You won't hear a lot of terribly stereotypical therapist-y things out of me. I'm not, your typical therapist, I don't think, but that stuff is really important. You just can't, like any relationship, if you go around treating the person like crap, what's the health of that relationship going to be? How's that, how are you going to feel? Right. So if you're doing that to yourself, what's your relationship with yourself going to be? And it's going to be played out, or excuse me, amplified by trading, because we get such instant results. We're right or we're wrong very quickly. So
Terry's been getting into journaling lately. So now, Terry, are you going to be your best friend in your journal and help yourself out, give yourself some encouragement?
Yes, 100%. Learning to become my own best friend, right? And say nice things to myself and not say the mean things. Yeah.
or when
It
you
is.
do, sorry, go ahead.
It is such a process. I think the more we talk about these things, the more we make it normal and normalize it. I think there are people who are beginners and they think, and maybe intermediate traders too, who think like it's just supposed to be the straight line of improvement and life is easy and cherries and rainbows, and it's it's not. It is such a process. Yeah.
It is a huge process, and especially, if you've been successful in your previous career or whatever, there's a lot of expectations that come from that you got to be aware of, because you've never failed, or you've done well, and it's just like, why isn't this working? So that pre-existing self-concept can actually make you a worse trader for a while, until you let go of that, until you defuse from it. Even if you have the negative thoughts or whatever, it's about how much you believe them and how much weight you give them, more than if you have them. Because you can have them and just know they're a passing phenomenon in your brain, like any other thought. Like, they're not truth, but we tend to give them the power of truth.
Ooh, I like that. Like, just because we think it or feel it, it doesn't mean it's truth.
No, our brains can BS us, and in fact, our brains do BS us quite a bit. We have to learn how to pick up on the BS.
So from chat, can you recommend books? How can we work on ourselves? Let's end the show on that. Sean, what are your thoughts on that? Can you recommend a book, and how can we work on ourselves?
So how do you work on yourself is there. I think that answer isn't much different than if you're working on your health for anything, your well-being, like mental and physical health. So, it might be, self-help books, it might be yoga, it might be therapy, it might be jogging, it might be martial arts, it might be fishing and hunting. It can be anything that is meaningful to you, and, gives you time to yourself, and, develops patience and, acceptance. Fishing is a great example. You can go and fish all day and take a long drive, all that stuff, and come back empty-handed. Most fishermen aren't that upset, and you ask them why. They appreciate the smaller parts of fishing. So, like, developing, and that's what I would call mindfulness. So I think books like Tom Hogarth's book is really good. I think because it's not really designed for, most trade psych books are designed for, they come from institutions or institutional traders. His book isn't like that. I think that one's good. I think there's a book called The Happiness Trap. I would recommend any trader. It's not a trade psych book. It's just a psych book, but it's very, very good. And I would recommend a book called what's it called? Reinventing Your Life. A little corny of a title, but it's a very good book. It gives you an idea how your background, your schemas, your issues affect you.
Ooh, that sounds good. Thank you, Sean.
Thank
Barbie,
you for having me. I appreciate it. Sorry if I went a little over there.
Oh my God, we loved having you on. I hope you come back. This is so good. It's so many gems for us.
That would be great.
Barbie, your thoughts on your favorite book and or how can we work on ourselves?
Well, I have Tom Hogarth's book. I really like that one. I was trying to remember the name of this other one. I think it's just called Mindset, and it's a white book. It has like some circular dots on it. The Mindset book I really liked, and then of course we have all the classic Douglas Adams I really like too. I think that those are like very trader specific, where Mindset isn't, but those both really helped me.
Thank you, Barbie. Thank you so much, Sean. Thanks again for coming on. Chat, type in W for Sean. Let's go. We're all getting better together. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Barbie. We'll see you tomorrow, Barbie.
All right. We'll see
Bye,
you.
Sean.
Take care. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. That was so cool.
Yeah, I'm going to give a quick thanks to Sean. Phenomenal information. Thanks for joining the show. I really appreciate all the value you're sharing with us. So thanks for your time.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. That was awesome. Yeah, everyone in chat loved you. How's your morning going so far, Ash?
Going good. Going slow. We got CPI coming up tomorrow, so being very cautious of that. How about yourself? How's your day starting so far?
Yeah, it's great because it's with all of you guys for sure. It definitely makes my day. Yeah, this trade, I'm kind of like, ooh, wishing I took profit earlier. It just smashed or pass on an eval and day one. So we'll see. I'm just gonna let it run all day.
Yes. It sounds like you made a decision on it. So now just time to execute that decision. Right?
Yeah,
If
right?
it's smash or pass, then stick to your guns.
Yes, thank you. Well, I will pass the baton to you. Tomorrow should be very exciting with CPI, and yeah, I will be tuning in. I'll come by, say hi for sure in your segment.
All righty. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you. You too. Bye, chat.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Happy Monday. Back for another week. Another chance to gain more conviction in our business. How did everybody's weekend go? Going to take a moment, say good morning to the community, see how everybody's doing, and then we'll get into the information. So, good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another segment with myself. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Time to reset, recharge, touch some grass, do something good for the soul. That way, come Monday, we can be ready for work. So, hopefully everybody's weekend went well. Good morning or good day. Let's see who we have here in chat today. Good morning, Bog AFX. Good morning, Lewis. Good morning, Rap Real Me. Good morning, Liliana. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Denny. Good morning, Lynn. Good morning, Lucas. HMH, how are you doing today? Good morning, Keith. Oscar, what's up? Mission Hill, how are you doing today? Raphael, how are you doing today? Good morning, Zara. Good morning, Weapon. Good morning, Abel. Good morning, Sharma. Amelia, what's up? How's everybody doing today? Good morning to MyFundedFutures. Good morning to all the other hosts. Thank you for your time. Nick, Barbie, Terry, phenomenal segment this morning. Sean, again, thank you for your time. Some great value sharing with us. Greatly appreciate your time. Trading for Keeps, good morning. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Alicia, good morning. Varick, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Trading with Chenzo, good morning. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is starting off well. Well, I'm going to hop into a weekly analysis. Each Monday, we've been doing a weekly forecast, pretty much getting prepared for the week, understanding what we have for the week ahead, and the information that we're looking at. So let's start another Monday with a weekly forecast. Let's get through our assets and make sure we get a plan in place. Let's get prepared for the week, and let's see what we have. I'm going to go over to Euro. I'm going to start with Euro because I want to end with ES and NQ. So we'll get through Euro, Dixie, oil, ES, then NQ. Okay. Let's hop over to Euro. So, same thing, different day. Currently, Euro is dealing with a bullish FVG. And this is what I'm looking for in terms of a weekly outlook. We need to see if Euro is going to find support from this location to continue the bullish trend or not. Right? So it's a very simple if-then statement. If price finds support from the bullish FVG, then we'll look for higher prices. If price goes and invalidates the FVG, right, the candle goes directly through it, closes below it, shows that it's not providing any form of support, then I would look for lower prices. So very simple analysis here. We need to keep our eye on the bullish FVG. And in my opinion, as everybody has stated already, we have CPI tomorrow. So in my opinion, CPI is going to give us that information that we're looking for. CPI is one of our highest impact news drivers. Okay, so it's going to be important in terms of price action, both on Euro, Dixie, ES, and NQ. Okay, so we need to also be patient to allow that to occur. Let's see if price finds any support from this area. If it does, we'll look for higher prices. If it does not, then we will look for lower prices. All right, what does support look like? Well, let's draw it out quickly here. Support would look like a change in the state of delivery at this location, right? So either this right here. Let me get my lines out. Give me a second. Either this right here, right? A bullish breaker. That would be a form of support. A change in the state of delivery, right? If we got a big bullish engulfing candle that closed above the candle that took out the liquidity, that would be your change in the state of delivery. That would be another form of support. Or, right, a bearish FVG getting invalidated and an inversion. Those are all three different forms of a change in the state of delivery. That is something that would show that this area is acting as support. Okay, so those are the things that I'll be looking for on my hourly chart for Euro to determine whether this area finds support or not. Now, if you want to add some SMT in there, that will only act as confluence to the idea. This area is important, and I think we are going to get that decision come CPI. Okay, so in terms of a weekly outlook for Euro, all my eyes are right here. And now you know what I'm looking for in terms of market structure to determine that. Now, Dixie is going to be the same thing, just inversely correlated. Top over to Dixie. And Dixie's starting to give that answer already. Let's zoom in here. All right, we have a bearish FVG here on Dixie. Once again, I'm looking to see if this area gets invalidated or not. If price were to close a candle above it, right, if today's daily candle closed above it, this would look like it has been invalidated. Right? If it gets invalidated, then I would be looking for higher prices. I would look for this swing high here, and I would look for the rest of this FVG here to get rebalanced. Okay? Very simple analysis. We are on the daily chart looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Right now, Dixie's already invalidating that bearish FVG. So for Dixie, I would be looking for higher prices. If the candle closes above it, then that would act as confirmation that the FVG was invalidated. And again, then I would start targeting the swing high and this FVG here. So same exact information, just inversely correlated to Euro. All right. Let's move over to oil. Oil did a phenomenal job heading lower. We had a bearish bias ever since this FVG here was invalidated. Go back to Monday's weekly outlook from last week. You'll see that we were pointing to lower prices. We have gotten those lower prices. We talked about all of this liquidity here. And before I continue to keep handing out the information, let's see what chat thinks. Why were we pointing out to this liquidity? What about these lows make these look like targets? What about these lows make this look like the draw on liquidity? What about them says that price should be heading lower to take them out? What is it? Very good job, chat. Very good job. I really can't get anything past you guys at this point. Very good job. Seeing all of these being failure swings is the reason why we were targeting these. Again, just go ahead and fact check the information. Watch last week's live streams. We were pointing to these lows for the simple fact that all of them are failure swings, right? So let's just analyze that real quick. Right? When this swing low was created, price did not sweep it, right? When this swing low was created, price did not sweep it. When these swing lows were created, they created equal lows. Same thing with these swing lows in here too. So the answer is the fact that it's low resistance liquidity, equal lows, whatever you want to call it. There's a million different terms out there at this point. The very simple fact is no matter what you want to call it, price did not take out that low after it was created. So for those reasons, we were aiming at these lows. Right? So we still have one more low to target. Let's see if they take out this liquidity here. And it's looking like equal lows now. So before we go and create a weekly outlook, let's see if they want to complete the last target to last week's outlook before moving forward. Right? So this is what I'll be looking for. What occurs when we take out this low? Will this occur right here? Right? Let's imagine that this is a very large down closed candle, right? And it closes decisively below that low. That would tell me that it's not time for a reversal yet. Okay, that's the first scenario. When we go below this low, what type of reaction do we get, right? Or do we get this type of reaction where it creates a big wick to take out the lows, and after taking out the lows, it then closes back inside the range? This would look like a reversal candle. This is this type of scenario. I would then look for a move back internal. So very simple if-then statement here. When price runs below that low, do we displace below the low and close below it? Or do we create a big reversal wick there and close back inside the range? Okay. All right. So that is the information we're looking for on oil. Let's head over to ES. ES and NQ, I'm bullish on. ES and NQ, I'm looking for new all-time highs. Again, with CPI being tomorrow, maybe we got to get over to the economic calendar as well. But with CPI tomorrow, right, that is the liquidity, that is the volatility, whatever you want to call it. That is when price is going to see some type of move. It is a very important high-impact news driver that we need to be aware of. Okay, so we will be looking for CPI to be that volatility and to make the move. And I am bullish on both NQ and ES. So with that being said, I'll hop over here to NQ as well. It's the same exact information. Once again, we will be looking for new all-time highs. So chat, you tell me, what do you think? Do you think ES and NQ can make new all-time highs? Yes or no? Throw it in chat. What do you guys think? Are we going to continue that bullish trend? Are we going to get another new all-time high? What do you think? Yes or no? Lots of yeses so far. I don't think I've seen any no's yet. Well, sorry to all the bulls. Excuse me. Sorry to all the bears. This thing just keeps moving higher. We just keep making new all-time highs. No, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's going to happen today. I'm not even looking to predict the future. What I'm doing is creating a game plan so that I understand how to efficiently move forward. Okay? So there's the weekly analysis for the assets that we are watching. If you guys are finding these weekly outlooks to be valuable, do us a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. We continue to keep doing this every single week, right? We're showing trades. We're going over weekly analysis. We're having special guests come on the show. We have our expert host providing value day in and day out. And the amount of giveaways that we're doing here is absolutely incredible. So if you're finding any value in that, if you're finding any value in the community, do us a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, and we're going to continue to keep showing up, working and learning every single week. So with that being said, now let's also take a look at intraday action. All right. Knowing that CPI is tomorrow, what would you guys think today's daily profile should be? Right, in terms of New York session, what would you think is going to happen for the rest of New York session today? Knowing that CPI is tomorrow. What does that tell you guys? Chop, 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 more chop, some consolidation and some chop and some more consolidation. Very good job, everybody. I 100% agree with you. I don't expect the move to be occurring today. I would think that they're going to consolidate today. We're going to make some liquidity here at the lows, right? We'll make some liquidity here at the highs. We'll continue to keep going sideways so that we can build up both buyers and sellers, trap them in the market to take them out at CPI. That's fine. Even if you can outline a consolidation profile, can you still participate in that? How would you guys react to a consolidation profile? If you're looking to trade this morning, what would you do knowing that information? Where would you look for positions? You can still trade a consolidation profile. It's not an issue that we're looking at consolidation, but how would you efficiently manage executing in consolidation? Amazing. I really can't get anything by you guys, chat. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. You got two options here, right? If you're not good at range trading, if you're not good at consolidations, just stay on the sidelines, right? So that's your first choice. If you're not good, if you don't have good results, if your data shows that you are not good at trading consolidations, then just wait, right? That would be your first option. Your second option would be looking at the extremes of the range. Very good job. Almost everybody got it correct, so very good job. I really can't get anything past you guys at this point. Let's take a look at the extremes of the range. Before we do that, let's go and put London on here. Okay, so Asia highs still have not been taken out yet for both ES and NQ. But now we're here at London lows, potentially putting in bullish SMT. Right, so in a consolidation profile, the best opportunities present themselves at the extremes of the range. So anybody looking for a move from the extreme back to equilibrium of the range, that's how I would best use a consolidation profile. Right? So let me just draw this out so everybody can see what I'm saying. right? Price is just chopping sideways. You get this type of action here. When we're looking at the extremes of the range, we would be looking at the lows and the highs. Trying to use this information, we would look for a sweep of either extreme of the range to engage with the market. When we get to one of the extremes of the range, then we'll look for a cracking correlation and a change in the state of delivery. Right? So allow price to do whatever it wants in here. Don't deal with the middle of the range in here. Wait for price to be at an extreme. When price is at an extreme, look for that confirmation, that cracking correlation. All right, so let's get back up here. Let's take a look at ES as well, because ES is taking out one of the lows, right? And let's see if ES is capable of doing it, right? ES is taking out the low. This shows the bullish SMT, right? Let's take a look. The 4:05 a.m. candle to the current candle. The 4 o'clock candle to the current candle. Can you see the SMT now? Right? NQ is making higher lows while ES took out the low. Right? SMT. So if ES then had a change in the state of delivery, that would then be the time to start looking for a move back internal. That hasn't happened yet. So you still have to be patient and wait for that information. Just because we have logic to use, that doesn't mean you instantly go in trying to use it. Right? This is where you need to be efficient with your actions. You need to control your thoughts and your emotions. Just because you have an idea, that does not mean you go in instantly executing it. Wait for those confirmations. Right? There's potential SMT here, but I'm not willing to target equilibrium yet. I'm not willing to do this yet because we haven't had the change in the state of delivery. There is no form of change in the state of delivery here, right? So when I refer to change in the state of delivery, it could be in any form of either an inversion, okay, a breaker, or a change in the state of delivery. All of those are forms of a change in the state of delivery. None of those things have occurred yet, right? If you take a look here, all we've done so far is take out the lows. That's it, right? The change in the state of delivery would be if a candle decisively closed above this line here, right? So since that has not happened yet, I would not engage with that idea. Same thing goes for an inversion. There is no gap here to use, right? There is no bearish FEG here, so we can't look for an inversion, right? There is no bearish FEG here to use. Let me change this back here. Right? So it's very simple in my opinion. Just wait. Just wait until you have confirmations. Your actions need to align with that. Your thoughts need to align with that. You need to be patient enough to wait for that to occur. If that occurs, right, let's say we get a nice candle closure above here, then I would target equilibrium. Right? Then let's, Then I would target equilibrium. Something like this. So it's very simple. Wait until you get confirmed information and make sure your actions align with that. So now we got a weekly outlook. Now we have intraday action. Now that you understand what I'm looking at, if you have any questions or information, if you want to go over any of that analysis, feel free to throw any questions or information in the chat and we can do so. Until then, we'll be patient to wait for that. If that never occurs, then there's no position to take. So if you want to go over any of that information, feel free to throw any questions or information in chat, and I will head over to chat now. Ash, I now trust your judgment. Honey in coffee is amazing. I've been trying to give you guys the holy grail this entire time. If for anybody that is new here, the holy grail is black coffee with a little bit of honey in it. I'm telling you, it is the best coffee that you can get. It is absolutely amazing. Gotta try it if you haven't already. Black coffee with a little bit of honey. Ash, what's your overall view for today? We quite literally just did a weekly outlook and an intraday outlook. I'm bullish on ES and NQ. I'm being patient in waiting for a bullish move because I know CPI is tomorrow. The type of information that I'm looking at intraday is a consolidation protocol because CPI is tomorrow. So the best way to use a consolidation profile is looking for a move from the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range. So that is both a weekly outlook and an intraday outlook. Okay. So that's why you're looking at what's on the screen. Currently, ES has swept out the lows, right? It is swept the extreme of the range. If we get a change in the state of delivery, then this is what I would look for to target equilibrium of the range. So there's nothing to act on here yet. We are waiting for defined information. There's no trade to take here yet. So let me just go ahead and take that off the screen. This is what I'm looking for. If this occurs, this would be something that I would look at, but we are going to wait and be patient to see if that ever gets confirmed. Ash, how many screens do you have? I have 3 different screens. I have Discord on one. I have ES and NQ on the second one. And then I have chat and YouTube on the third one. So we have multiple different screens. Can you show your chart colors? I don't even know how to do that. If you could throw in chat how to do that, then I'll show you. But I don't even know how to get to that point. Gotta catch them all. That is correct. You gotta catch them all. The OGs remember when my name was Gotta Catch them all. So let me take a look at something. I have a link to show you guys. Let me see if I could pop this up. Give me 2 seconds. I have something to show everybody. I just need to get my screen over there. I'm just trying to change my screens. Give me a second. I am a little slow with the transition. Almost there. How do I... Maybe... Oh, okay. It's here. I have to do this. Give me 2 more seconds. Almost there. How do I change it, though? Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, let me see if somebody on the back end can help me change this. I don't know how to do the transition. Sorry, chat. Just give me a second. All right, so this might close the screen for a second, but I'm going to pull up a different screen. Let's see if, just give me 2 seconds here, chat. I'm sharing a different screen. Almost there. Almost there, chat. Sorry for the interruption. Just been made aware of this. All right. This should be it here. And very good. I know it took a second, but I'm not very technically inclined, so it took me a second. But take a look at Burke's post. We are talking about Fintevo early access drop. This is the platform that we are currently working on. Let's take a look at what Burke has to say about it. Let's see. Fintevo is opening the beta testing for the group at Fintevo. The first 10 people who reply to this tweet will get an exclusive early access to join the testing group. No waiting, no delays, just you and Fintevo. So if you want to head over there to that tweet, if you want to participate in the beta testing for Fintevo, take a look at that tweet that Burke just posted. Get on the platform and tell us what you think about it. Let's take a look at it real quick. Beautiful looking platform, to say the least. I do have to say, I have gotten a chance to beta test it, and it is incredible work. I'm highly enjoying it myself. There's so many different aspects to this platform that make it incredible. You should absolutely get a chance to get over there and become one of the beta testers. All you got to do is go to this tweet right here. We can throw the link in chat as well. Bishek is throwing the link in chat currently. Okay, if you want to be one of those beta testers, hop over there and respond to this tweet. Very good. Thank you, Burke, for bringing that to our attention. Thank you, Magnus, for also bringing that to my attention. Let's see if... Now I got to get back over to the other screen, so give me another second. Let's take a look. All right. Back over to NQ. So for anybody that wants to be one of the beta testers, the link has been thrown in chat as well. Hop over to that tweet, respond to it if you want to be one of the beta testers. Absolutely incredible work that they're working on back there. Like I said, I did get a chance to try the platform, and I'm a fan of it. So very good work. It's incredible to see what they're creating. So any questions, any information? Would you guys like to go over any type of information regarding this business, regarding trading, regarding the model, regarding psychology, the mental aspect of this business? Feel free to throw any type of questions or information in the chat, and we can go over it. So currently looking at consolidation. Just a quick recap as well. We are dealing with CPI tomorrow morning. So we are being patient and waiting because of it. We are looking at today being a consolidation profile. So I would not be surprised if we continue to stay within this range here for today's session. This is the range that I'm looking at. Ash, are you only using the unicorn model, or are there other models? I have tried many other models. I went through a very trial by fire type of experience. I've tried many different models throughout my time with trading. Right now, currently, I am only using the unicorn model. I have traded other models before, but currently I am only using the unicorn model. Any other questions, any other information, feel free to throw it in chat. How many hours do you do in back testing? In my opinion, I spoke about this a couple times. I think forward testing, right, live trading is 10 times better than back testing. That is where my attention is every day. I don't nearly back test as much as I show up and trade live, right? My focus is on trading live. There's a lot of different emotions. There's a lot of different information that occurs with trading live compared to back testing, right? I cannot just click a button and get a new candle, right? You have to deal with that delayed gratification of waiting for this candle to form, right? So both mentally and emotionally, you have to deal with that. So that's one of the reasons why, in my opinion, yes, backtesting is good. It is good to get practice, but in my opinion, practicing live is even better practice, right? Right? You want to be able to practice how the game is, right? You need real action, live action. That's going to produce a better experience than backtesting. Chat, what is that? Chat, I hear something.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real.
There we go. 50 free resets using code GETIT50. Who's going to get one? Chat, there's the giveaway. Another code. 50 free resets using GETIT50. Huge W. Another day, another giveaway. Thank you to MyFundedFutures for providing value every single day, every single session. Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one. Congratulations to all the winners. Amazing way to start off the week with some more giveaways. Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the giveaways. Congratulations. Yeah, chat. Same thing every single day. It seems like we continue to have the same comments. There's over 600 people in here. There was only 50 giveaway codes. So if you weren't able to get one, that's because they were all used. Okay, so they go very fast. 600 people, only 50 giveaway codes. It's going to go really quick. So all you got to do is complete a transaction, right? When you go to complete a transaction, you apply the code in the location that says apply code, complete the transaction. That's how you get the code. If there are no more codes left, then no, it's going to show that there's no code available. So chat, also, Myth is coming back up, Mythological Man. Okay, he's been a phenomenal guest many other times. I believe Tom is currently on vacation. So stick around for Mythological Man. He's coming up here in another 15 minutes. Hey, Ash, in a consolidating range, after we sweep the range high or low, would you still only look for a unicorn to enter or a different model? This is where you become an independent thinker and you make this decision for yourself, right? If you're willing to execute multiple different models, then be my guest. At the extremes of the range, look for one of those models. Or you can make the decision to only trade one model, right? So for me, I'm only trading one model right now. So when price goes to one of the extremes of the range and it does not create a unicorn, then I would not have a trade, right? It's very simple. Just make the decision for yourself whether you want to trade only one model or multiple models, right? For myself, I only trade the unicorn model. So if we came down to one of the extremes of the range, I would look for the unicorn model. If it occurred, then I would look to execute. If it does not occur, then I know there's no trade to take. Okay. Very good question. That is just an independent question. That is something that you have to decide for yourself. Very good question nonetheless. So any other questions, any other information? I have another 15 minutes with you all here. Currently, what we're looking at is a consolidation profile for both ES and NQ. That is why I have what I have on my screen. ES took out a low. NQ did not. So I'm waiting for ES to get a change in the state of delivery to then target the equilibrium of the range. So if price goes ahead and closes decisively above this candle here, that would be a bullish change in the state of delivery. Then this is what I would target. Right? So at the current moment, we are just being patient and waiting. If we get the bullish change in the state of delivery, then we will look for a move back internal. Exactly what's shown here. A bullish change in the state of delivery would be if a candle closes above the opening price of this down close candle. So we're just waiting. We're being patient, waiting for confirmed information. We do have the cracking correlation here. Right? ES took out that low while NQ did not. That would be a bullish SMT. We are just waiting. What is the difference between a breaker block and an order block? I'm sorry, I don't use order blocks. Okay, so if I'm not able to provide a clear explanation, if I don't have the information myself, then I'm going to defer to somebody else. I'm not going to give a low quality answer. So I'm going to have to defer to somebody else for that question. The difference between a breaker block and an order block. I don't use order blocks, so I can't really speak on that. Do you think at some point the market behavior can change and all the models we are working with right now won't be efficient as they are now? In my opinion, I don't look to try to predict the future. If the market completely changes, the fundamentals behind it, the technicals behind it, I'll be here watching it. So I'll be able to see through my data that it no longer works the way that I've been using it. And then I will adapt to it at that point in time. But for right now, what I'm using is working. Therefore, I'm going to focus on the present moment. I'm just going to focus on today. What happens today is what matters. What happens tomorrow or yesterday, I'm not worried about that. I'm focused on right now. Okay, so I'm not going to sit here and say that the market's going to change in 1 year from now. The market's going to change in 2 years from now. I have no clue if it will. So I'm not going to try to predict the future. I have no interest in trying to predict the future. Gartley pattern. Did you go and look at the 222 Gartley? Mr. HMH Gartley? I think it's HM Gartley, sorry. Did you take a look at the 222 Gartley? I'm not going to go back into that conversation. We had quite the conversation. I think it was either Thursday or Friday that clearly sparked a bunch of interest. I'm not going to go there again. But it just goes to show that the market's been around. These patterns have been around for a long time. There's nothing new under the sun. Whether you want to hear new terminology, whether you fall into some marketing tactics, whatever you want to call it, there's nothing new under the sun. So still just waiting, right? This is patience right here. Waiting for confirmed information. I already told you what I'm looking at. If it occurs, then we'll take a look at it. But again, we're expecting consolidation. So I'm not forcing myself upon the market. I don't think that we're going to get a real decisive move because we're looking at CPI being tomorrow, right? So in between trades, that is where progress is made. What are you doing in the downtimes, right? When you're not in a trade, what are you doing? Are you forcing yourself upon the market and trying to get into a trade the very first second you can? Or are you just being patient and waiting? Right? Right now is one of those moments. We're looking at consolidation. Because we're looking at consolidation, we're being more patient and selective than normal. So we'll see if we ever get this information. If we do, that's what we'll look at. If not, I'm more than okay with waiting, knowing CPI is tomorrow. Hi, Ash. Why didn't you consider the M5 and opted for the M15 instead? I didn't opt for anything yet. Again, we are just patiently waiting. Okay? Even if you want to look at the 5-minute chart, it's the same change in the state of delivery. So there's nothing to act upon yet. It doesn't matter if you're looking at the M5 or the M15. Both of them have the same information. This would be the change in the state of delivery. Okay? Right here. We have not gotten that change in the state of delivery yet, neither on the M5 or the M15. So there is no, I'm not picking one of the time frames. I'm just objectively analyzing the information. Harmonic patterns do work, though, on higher time frames. Anything can work. We've had this discussion many times. I'll continue to keep saying it. No matter what you use, it could work. What makes it work is right here, right? The operator is what makes something work. It's not like moving averages are the holy grail. It's not like opening ranges are the holy grail. It's not like unicorns are the holy grail. It does not matter what model you use. What does matter is your ability to manage your risk, your ability to have control over your actions, your ability to have control over your feelings. I could give you the same exact model that I'm trading right now, and I guarantee you that we are going to have different results because you are unique to yourself. You have different feelings than me. You have different actions than me. You have a different mental state than me. It doesn't matter how mechanical you think a model is, there's always going to be a form of discretion. That discretion is what makes the difference. So again, it doesn't matter what model you use. Anything is capable of failing. And what does matter is your ability to manage risk management. The best book on psychology for trading. I highly enjoy Tom Hogarth's Best Loser Wins. Phenomenal book. Here, let me get over to my library. I'll reference the other books that I enjoy as well. Give me 2 seconds. Two more seconds. All right, here you go, chat. Starting with Tom Hogard, Best Loser Wins. That is probably at the top of the list. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas, also at the top of the list. Okay. The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. That one's more psychology. Okay. But this chart is a reflection of your psychology. So I highly suggest it. The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. Principles by Ray Dalio. If you don't know Bridgewater, then you might want to take a look into that. Principles by Ray Dalio. Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. This one is not a trading book, but it's another psychology book that is going to help you tremendously. Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. Okay. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Sorry if I'm saying the names wrong. Please do feel free to correct me if I am. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Then you also have the Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. Another phenomenal one. And then lastly, Trade Mindfully by Gary Dayton. I would highly suggest reviewing all of those books. Some really incredible value shown there. Ash, I think I remember you saying there are some days that you're just hands off on trades. CPI, Wednesday to Friday of non-farm payroll week, FOMC, bank holidays. I have no interest in touching any buttons during those days. Those would be scheduled breaks that are already built into my schedule that I know that I will be taking a break those days. In my opinion, having scheduled breaks is extremely important, both mentally and for risk management. You got to have a healthy relation with risk. You don't want to burn out. So take those scheduled breaks, do something good for your soul, do something good for your health. That way, when you come to this business, you can have more clarity. Yes, Best Loser Wins. Yes, absolutely. Tom Hogard. Can you list the books? Yeah, one more time. I'll go through it real quick again. Maybe if you missed it, I'll just go through it real quick one more time. Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogard. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. Principles by Ray Dalio. Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. And lastly, Trade Mindfully by Gary Dayton. Yes, Principles by Ray Dalio. Art of War by Sun Tzu. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Psychology of Money. Yep. Ash, if you're taking these scheduled breaks, are you not forcing a trade on the other days so you don't get breached by inactivity? I'm in a live account by MyFundedFutures. I don't have an inactivity rule right now. So that is not a concern for myself. So no, I'm not going to force myself upon the market. Thanks for answering. Trying to tighten up my own risk management. Yeah, well, feel free to ask me any type of question, any type of information about this business. I'll gladly share. I have no issue providing any type of information. If I don't have the information, I am going to defer to somebody else. That's happened multiple times. If I don't know the answer to something, I'm not going to give a low quality answer. I'll just defer to somebody else. But thank you as well for being here. Getting to go over these questions provides a lot of value. So thank you as well for participating. How do you feel about ETH at 4K? I've been a long-term ETH buyer. I bought ETH back in 2020. I also bought ETH during the FTX collapse. ETH and BTC are the only two cryptocurrencies that I have. Those are the only things that I would even look at. In my opinion, those are long-term investments for myself. That is something that I'll be handing down to my kids. Long-term investments is a completely different conversation than day trading. We risk differently. We execute differently. It's a different mindset. It's completely different than intraday trading. I only have 2 minutes left during my segment, so maybe we should actually have an entire segment for that conversation, because there's a lot to it. There's a lot more fundamental analysis than technical analysis. So there's a lot to that conversation. Just for now, in my opinion, only deal with ETH and BTC. I wouldn't go outside of those two things. Okay. Yeah, so Tom is on vacation right now. All right. We have Mythological Man coming up next. Definitely stick around for his segment. He'll be showing up in another 30 seconds from now when my segment ends. He has a lot of value to provide, so definitely stick around for his segment as well. Hey, Ash, how's your morning going? It's going very well. Thank you for asking. I hope your day is going well. I appreciate the kind comments. Methodical Man, am I saying it right? And maybe I have a speech impediment. How do I? Is that correct, or maybe it's just me? All right. Well, let's see if I can say it correct this time. Methodical Man is coming up next. Definitely stick around for his segment. I highly appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for your time today. It was a great conversation. Let's continue to keep working and learning every single chance we can get. I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you tomorrow during my segment. Let's go ahead and welcome Methodical Man up onto the stage.
How's it going, everybody? Thank you, Ash. Appreciate you. We are here. How's everybody's day going so far? We just had I am in a long here. It's not looking too good. Not looking too good here so far. But we'll see what we can get if price wants to hold the VWAP here and push back up. Who knows? We'll see. Small green. Let's go, Dean. Nice job. Right now, looking for this push up into the 60 area. Kind of a little late to the long here, to be honest. I probably should have gotten long a little sooner. But that's okay. I'm not worried about it. I don't know if you guys are so used to watching Tom. Tom will be back on Thursday. I'm going to fill in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for him. But I am a bit more aggressive than Tom, maybe a little more aggressive than most people that you watch on here. So buckle up, get ready for the show. We do trade minis. I trade every day, Raphael. Yes. What's up, Nose Q? So no, I don't take any days off. I trade every day. Yellow Dog, what strategy do I use? Mostly I use an inverse strategy. I do take a lot of trades on my evals, though, that are just kind of, I think type trades. So it really just depends. Lucas, I've been known to full port from time to time. One mini typically. I am scalping is. That's what I'm doing. We're scalping. We're looking for 10, 15 points at a time typically. This would be one of my larger trades here, looking for 20 points, to be honest. What up, Coop? How you doing? 5 trades for us today, 5 minis. I can't do 5 minis. The max is 3. I'm trading the 50K account. The maximum is 3 minis. That's the best I can do. So, yeah, I don't know. Tom's out laying in the sun, probably in his penguin suit, or I'm not sure. It's Tom. So, It's Tom. This is Quan Tower, Shrey. I like to use Quan Tower. Yellow Dog, I watch the ES. Sometimes I will execute on the ES, but most of the time I'm executing on NQ here. It's kind of how I'm doing it. How many trades you open per day? It just depends, MM. I mean, some days there might be 3 to 5. Some days like today where I may be 20 trades deep. So we're quite a few trades deep. Quantower over trade of 8, just because of the brackets. I like to copy trade. I do use trade of 8. I got it pulled up on another screen here. However, I like to copy trade and I like having the brackets, the ability to have the brackets while copy trading. How do you recover 50% of drawdown? Asked the best. I mean, the same way you got in drawdown, in my opinion. I mean, at the end of the day, 50% is more than enough to work with. You could size down, take it a little slower, or, you know, the opposite. You could size up. It's completely up to you. 3 mini and 30 micros together, Kishan. I don't think that's allowed. I could be wrong. Someone else can chime in on that. So we'll see. We'll just see what happens. Use 10 to 20 micros, take partial. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, for sure, the downside to using a mini is you can't take partials, right? Unless you're in multiple minis. You just don't have the ability to take partials. So that's one of those things. Yeah, I'm trading minis, Raphael. You tried 3NQ and 3ES simultaneously. I can't even say that word. What up, Pine Tree? So we'll see kind of how it goes here. Starting to push up here. ES held that 64.10 area. That was kind of the idea there. I wanted to see ES hold that level. We did have a 5-minute inside bar, which broke to the downside. So it was a little scary there, but it did fail. It wasn't a very big bar anyways. So your partials, CJ, always come back to being red. Yeah, I mean, I usually, if I'm taking a partial, I'm probably going to break even. I'm expecting price to continue higher. What up, Trading Star? So, well, got a little push up there and now pull back. I don't know. Is Trump still speaking? I know he was speaking earlier. Let me see. Let me pull that up and see. The problem that I had with using micros, I'll just tell you my personal experience. I would just trade more. I would take even more trades. So even though I was sizing down, I would find myself entering more trades using micros. That's just my personal experience, but everyone trades different. And, you know, if trading micros is working for you, then that's certainly the way you should be going. So definitely a few more fees on the micros if you are taking multiple trades, over trading, that sort of thing. So, but yeah, someone asked about my strategy. I use inversions, but today there's not really been any. I did take this one here at open. It wasn't a great inversion, but I did take it. I got in early and it was a winner. I think I took a 10 or 12 point winner on that. But that's really the cleanest one that we've had today. Nothing else really has made much sense. So we still have this 3-minute gap that's kind of holding us down up here up top until we break that. I'm not quite sure that we can really go any higher. You can see here, you can mark that out if we want to. We are up there. Got to get through this 3-minute gap in order to really make new highs. Just keeps knocking us down and unable to kind of close above it there. So we'll see. That will be our confirmation that price is going to go higher once we kind of get above that gap. But you can see that's that's really the top of the gaps right there where I'm trying to take profit. So we may move that up if we get a nice candle up through this. So I do have other time frames pulled up. So I have the 30-second, the 1 minute, the 3-minute, the 5-minute, the 15, and the hourly all pulled up. We got multiple screens. So if you only see the one, Don't worry, I'm seeing others. A lot of wicks here. Yeah, this is more or less just and kind of an I think trade. It may fail. And at the end of the day, I mean, that's, it's part of trading, right? I'm willing to accept the risk on it. And if it fails, it fails. Average R with the inversion strategy, Fabrizio, really just depends. I like to, I move my stop to break even at the internal liquidity. A lot of times, I would say probably 30% of the time, you're going to get stop break even on that. So it's probably more of a 1-to-1 type play. So yeah, I like the 2-minute. I'll flip through the 2-minute. I don't keep it up at all times, but I do flip through it. So pulling back here, testing the VWAP once again. I trade IFEG so I can stay hip with the kids. I'm definitely not hip with the kids. The kids say you're not hip. Nothing about it. Short level 323,680. Maybe my short button I like to say is kind of broken at all-time highs. It's tough for me to short. However, I do short at times. At times, yeah. See that outside bar there, Pine Tree. I mean, it looks like it may want to pull back here. ES might want to retest that 6404 level there. So it looks like we might get stopped out. We got 15 seconds left on this 5-minute candle here. Looks like it wants to trade lower. That candle kind of closing below the gap here is probably going to be my sign just to get out. There we go. It closed down below it. So we're just going to take that off for a loss there. Look for another spot to get in. Your bearish eye never fails you. My bearish eyes betrayed me quite often. So there you go. ES kind of hanging out at the lows. NASDAQ really kind of middle of the range here. Not really making a move in either direction. We'll just kind of see what it wants to do. Yeah, we are right here at the 11:30 to 12:30 hours when the market's a little bit slow. So you wouldn't trade before Trump's speech ends. Yeah, that's probably a smart idea, Andreas, right? Probably a very smart idea. Trump tends to make things move a little weird. What's baby time, Denny? Oh. We'll wait and see here if we get a little deeper pullback or not. Really, really choppy here. I mean, we're not seeing very many gaps on the 1 minute whatsoever. Trade for keeps, that probably is a level that is interesting, that 700 level. We almost tested it earlier on these pullbacks here. Just didn't quite get there. I think the ES may need to retest that 6404 level. Let's see. Oh, Denny's having a baby. Didn't know that. Congratulations. It's always interesting when people have babies to see. Is this your first, Denny, or no? To see the different parenting strategies. It's kind of like a trading strategy. How do you parent? Me personally, I'm a bit of a helicopter parent. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Try to make sure the kids don't get hurt. That's my number one priority. Can't allow the kids to be injured on your watch. It's going to happen, but hey. Nose learned to let that go. Yeah, I've heard parents like that, and it's fine if you do that. There's nothing wrong with it. Sarah, my method is inversions. Right now, we have nothing here in terms of an inversion. The only thing, like if I was looking for an inversion setup right now, it's kind of late in the day, but you would need some sort of a sweep down here towards that London low. And then maybe, we get some sort of inverse out of that, like to pair it with an SMT or something like that. I like to take it at the extremes of the range, if possible. So you can see kind of here, we opened up, we ran a little liquidity here to the left on this push down, not all the liquidity that I would have liked to have for it to have ran, but it was good enough to take at least on an eval. So we'll see. Parenting is a lot like a trading strategy, except I'm wrong every time. You have teenagers? Yeah, me too. Today's actually my son's birthday. He's turning 17 years old today. That's my oldest son. 17. It's insane. Starting to get a little twitchiness here. New 15-minute candle coming in a few seconds. Now, he doesn't trade yet, so... You notice he stopped doing stuff on his own, kind of? Oh, I got you. Thank you, Ad. You're 20. Yeah, he does want to learn how to trade, but he wants to, he's going to go to college next year. He's an excellent student. He plans on going to Georgia Tech. So, Georgia Tech. Empire Steve, what up? Your daughter's 20 and son is 15. Let's go. Get him started as soon. Yeah. He was going to sit with me during the summer some, but I don't know. It's so hard with me streaming and stuff. He didn't want to be on the stream. I have a 14-year-old daughter. She doesn't mind being on the stream though, She doesn't mind. I have a wide variety of children. If you guys didn't know, the oldest is 22. Let me do the math. 22. And the youngest is 2. So 20 years in between. What up, CT? Yeah. I'm a huge Dogs fan, so I'm a huge Dogs fan. So a little sad that he's wants to go to Tech, but at the same time, it's a great school. So it is a great school. He's not accepted yet, but he is number 1 or maybe 2 in his class right now. I'm not sure. So, if you're the valedictorian or the salutatorian, you're automatically accepted to any school in your state. So that's his goal, is to be automatically accepted. So, no one, I am 45 years old. The big 4-5. Kids went to UGA, Tennessee, and LSU. Now, I will say, Randy, that Tennessee is a hard no. They can go to Vanderbilt. Tennessee, no thank you. might rub some people the wrong way with that one, but no. I grew up in the 90s, and yeah, it was a tough that was a tough time to be a Georgia fan, right? Now, to be fair, we have been giving it to them for the last 9 years, so I guess what goes around comes around. I'm looking young, says Abhishek. Nah. Oh, I feel old sometimes, so I'm going to tell you. I coach the 14U baseball team here in my county, and yeah, they can on the days we have practice, I'm feeling it for sure. So you're 64 and have grandchildren? Nice. Yeah, I don't have any grandkids yet. My oldest, she says that she does not want kids, and I believe her. So, man, this thing is trying to suck me into taking another long here. Sadly, yeah, I would have been stopped out by a few ticks there on that pullback. Honestly, though, I probably should have had my stop at 7:15. I started trading about 3.5 years ago, something like that. Somewhere in there, not too long ago. Oh, your child is in the chat. He trades too. That's awesome, Shrey. You're a bad Tennessee fan, meaning I live in Tennessee and root for Tennessee, but my family was from Alabama, so I can also root. Nah, I don't know, Sir Dolls. I mean, if you're displaced from Alabama, you kind of got to cheer for the people where you live, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We might get a little trend break on the 5-minute here. I'm watching it. I may just take it if we do. We kind of have a 1-minute trend line here too, kind of holding us down. It's not that clean, but Raphael, yeah, I played sports, baseball, basketball, played football a little bit when I was younger, but I didn't really play it as much as baseball and basketball. Baseball was my favorite sport. That's my favorite sport. I still watch basketball. I love football too. I just don't play it. This is kind of annoying. I was in that long there and then it just pulls back and kind of just stops me out there. I don't know. Ryan, it took about 12 months or so, 11 or 12 months for me to get profitable. I dug a pretty large hole before becoming profitable. I went into debt around $35,000. I don't recommend doing it that way. There's certainly better ways of doing it. And it took me about a year and a half to kind of get that back. So this long is about to say hi. Yeah, it's going without me. I'm just watching the ES here. I'll probably join the long here in a moment, even though I'm quite late to it. All right, I'm going to join it now. We're quite late to the long here, so could get interesting. We'll target the high a day. Kind of about to tap back into that 3-minute here too. ES could reject this level. Could send us right back down, but we'll see. Obviously, that's not what we want. And we'll probably go stop to break even, kind of like this 58 area. Yes, Raphael, I do trade full-time. However, I don't live off my profits from trading. I make that very clear when I stream. SB, do I feel like having started trading later in life has been a plus for me? Actually, no, SB. The pressures, once you're firmly an adult and you have responsibilities and things like that maybe you didn't have when you were younger, are much larger at this age. So I would say had I started sooner, that would probably have been much better. And obviously sooner, the more chart time you'd have, the further along you'd be once you get a little older, that sort of thing. So, no, I'm definitely not a millionaire, Tandy. I'm an everyday person just like you or anyone else. Definitely not a millionaire. I do better than the average person, but I am not a millionaire by far. Maybe someday, one day, maybe. 6650 would be a nice, safe kind of target here. If we're looking at the 5 minute, if we break through the 55 level, 66.50 would be a good target. I'm going to just take the 66. I'm going to front run it by a couple of ticks and just take the 66 level, I think, if we can get up there. And again, stop to break even above 58.25 here. You guys are going to learn I move my stop fairly quickly. And a lot of times it costs me, sometimes not, but we'll see. I don't, affiliate stuff, Tandy. I don't want to get into it too much here, but what up, Andy? Aggression seems high. Yes, my aggression is high. I like Quantower, but only because I copy trade. So I still use Trade Evade as well. I use Quantower, Trade Evade, and Ninja. I use all three. So I'll use my Trade Evade connections on Ninja, and I'll use a copying software there on Ninja to copy across everything. Use Trade Evade as my lead account. So we do that as well. You long the bottom. Let's go, Jay. Feels bad because I was long earlier, stopped out on this pullback. So we'll see if this can't dig us out of the hole a little bit here. Should get us close to break even here if it does. Taco Man, a few $100s. I don't target a ton, just a few $100s. Couple $100 a day is good to go. So again, I'm waiting for this 58 level here. I really want to see the 3 minute close above. I mean, if the 3 minute closes above here, I think we can really kind of blast off. Take out that overnight high, 773. So again, 758.25. I'm going to move the stop to break even. And we'll see what happens. Ideally, I probably should wait to move the stop to break even for us to close above on the 3 minute. That would probably be the most ideal scenario, but double top there at 758.25. I want to see a little bit of an expansion candle above this level here. Push right into the mid 60s. All right, so I'm going to move my stop up to break even here. Just basically stone break even. I want to see a little bit of an expansion candle here. Let's get through there. The 3 minute is closing in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Let's see if it closes above or not. 20K subs. Oh, that's nice. I just noticed that. It's not necessarily the reaction I'm looking for. I want this thing to really get a little expansion here. Close above nice, above that 3 minute. We could probably target high of day here. Do we move this up to high of day? If the 3 minute closes above, I'll target high of day. If the 3 minute does not close above on this candle, then I will just leave my target where it is. Put a magnet on the chart. I don't have that ability. Not on this stream, I don't think. I don't have a magnet that I can just drag over. I could drag over a moose for Pine Tree. Angel. I'm sorry, there's someone in my chat named Angel. Yeah, there's nothing I like about the 3 minute. I'm just saying the 3 minutes been holding us down all day. We got 10 seconds left on the candle. And if it closes above, I expect it to really blast off here. And it did not close above. So could be a bad sign. We could just turn back down here. A lot of times when we fail to inverse, like by a tick or two there, it sends us back the other way. But let's hope that's not the case. AT, I mark them out just like anybody else. I go to the larger time frame and mark the levels out. The 64 and the 66 levels that I got marked out here, that's previous day close in the open. I just manually mark them out. 773 is the overnight high. So, this other stuff on Quantower, for some reason, it shows the open. The open's correct, but the close and stuff, for some reason, does not show up correctly. I haven't figured out a way to fix that yet. So nice little push here. Got to get through that 64. Like I said, I'm going to front run that level up there at 66. That's the safe target, in my opinion. I like to use the 5-minute, the body of the 5-minute candle, not the wick, for my target. See a lot of, usually get a reaction at the body of the candle, and I don't like to put myself through kind of the stress of holding for the wick. So I usually just take it at the body. So that's what we're doing here, in case you're wondering. So if we go over to the 5-minute quickly here, you can see that's where the body of the 5-minute candle is there. So that's where I got that level from to take profit. And not very big wicks on this one anyway, but we also have initial balance high. If any of you use the initial balance, that's the 1 hour high and low, basically from the open. We're already getting a little resistance here as it is. Got 1 minute left until the 3-minute closes above. If the 3-minute closes above and it doesn't hit our target, then I will move my target up higher. So let's see here. 40 seconds here. I expect us to blast off if the 3-minute closes above. It also will be the top of the hour. Well, the 3-minute is struggling to close above. All right, I'm going to move the target up here to the high, and I'll front run it by a couple ticks here. 10 seconds left on the 3-minute. Should close above here. I expect us just to blast right through this high. Let's see how it goes. There's the close, top of the hour. See if we can get the energy to go. Yes, not quite up there as well. It's at 420 level right now. Getting a little bit of a pullback. Don't love it. Didn't quite hit the 66 though, so I wouldn't have been taken out anyway. Noon likes to make its own little move. Yeah. Could be a little lunchtime reversal as well, but let's run the highs first lunchtime. Let's do it. Let's do it, NASDAQ. You know, I like to talk sweet to her. I like to be like, hey, NASDAQ, come on now. Be the type of girl that you want to take home to mom. Don't be the other kind. The NASDAQ can be a nasty girl sometimes, you know. Not quite get you where you need to go. It's always got to mess with me. It knows I'm in the trade. It knows I'm in there. They're watching the stream. They're like methodical man's long right here. Now, if we don't blast right through this IBH, I will just take this off. We need to blast right through there, like no messing around. Come on, NQ. Hand on the trigger, NQ. All right, you got me. You got me, NQ. You got me. NQ is the girl that does the things. Oh, I don't know about that, Angel. I can't say those things. I don't know what I can say. I don't know. I don't know what I can say. Tom didn't tell me. Oh, we do have the all-time high sitting up there, 824s. Obviously, I think that's the draw on liquidity. Maybe CPI tomorrow gets us there. I don't know if we get there today. And if we do, it's going to be grindy, you know. It's a family stream, guys. Cut it out. Quit trying to, you're trying to bait me. You're trying to bait me. We can't have it. All right, we can close out this 3-minute. You know what it's going to do now? Above 73 now, you're going to just get that boner candle, right? You're just going to get that boner candle right into the 800s since I took profit. If you're wondering what these EMAs are on my chart, the fat yellow line is the VWAP. This purple line is the 200 EMA. The white line's the 50. The red line's the 21. And the blue line is the 9. Sometimes this is my favorite, one of my favorite trades. Pull back into the 50. Some people like to take the 50, like, you know, the pull back into the 50, the close above the 21, and then they long. But I usually will just take a naked 50 bounce on an eval for, you know, oh, nice 1-to-1, 10-point take profit, 10-point stop loss, that kind of thing. No said this hasn't been a family stream in a long time. Oh, do tell, Nose. Do tell. Give the dirty details on it. We want to hear it. Ulysses, why the 21 and not the 20? I have no idea. I just use the 21. I have no clue why I use it. Someone suggested the 21 EMA, and I was like, let me throw that on there. So no real reason other than that. I don't even really use the EMAs, to be honest with you. It is nice. Sometimes I'll like to use them for a little pullback entry, just to try to keep me from FOMOing in, maybe on a pullback that's not quite deep enough, but I don't really put them to work like I probably should. And do you see what I mean here? This is what I'm talking about on the 5-minute. Let's take a look at the 5-minute. So you see what I mean? Like the 66 level as the take profit. What are we doing here? We hit the body of these candles, and now we're just kind of pulling back, kind of giving you a little chop. Now, does that mean we're not going to run up to here? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means that I don't want to put myself through that emotional turmoil of being within, you know, 3, 4, 5 points of my take profit, and then have to sit here and watch it just chop around there. So I'd rather just front run those levels and make it a little easier. That's all. That's what I try to do. Kind of like Vegas. Yeah, I do like Vegas. I do like Vegas. Oh, that's Barbie stewing. A little bit of Terry too. Little Terry and the bull Barbie. Yeah. Maybe so. Aren't those the sweet and innocent host that you guys have? Come on now. Those are the sweet and innocent hosts. ES also hanging out at initial balance high here. NASDAQ and ES kind of getting back in sync a little bit. NASDAQ certainly the stronger indice. ES took out the lows, and NASDAQ did not. So we did have a big S&T here. I was just kind of thinking that, you know, maybe at least kind of sweeping this liquidity here or even here down to that 700 level would make sense. Just didn't happen. What up, Solo? Chill Stream. That's what we do. It's what we do. Deba Deep. I am DGN. I've already taken 2 trades. One was a loser and one winner. We are currently sitting at negative $34.04. So those 2 intimidate Tom and Nick. Oh, really? Cartoon. That's interesting. Interesting. I'll have to ask about that. They don't intimidate me because I am a man of vast knowledge and I know some secrets. Here's the breakout, guys and gals. ES just going to the moon here above 624. So Tom's ghost again. Yeah, he's on vacation. He's chilling right now. He's got his bikini bottoms on and he's at the beach or somewhere. He told me he was going somewhere. I don't remember where it was. Let me look. Probably shouldn't reveal Tom's location, right? It's probably a bad idea. reveal Tom's location. Next thing you know, he's got all the fans running up to him. Tom, Methodical said you were going to be here. I don't know that he even told me where he was going. Hold on. Oh yeah, he did tell me. Well, this is it's kind of a wide variety. He's in Italy. Yeah, he's in Italy. Yeah. He doesn't really say where, but he's in Italy. Yeah. So if you see Tom or walking around Italy, please go up to him and say, Tom, how's it going? I don't know what else you could say. He's telling the Italian people to stick around. The long is still longing. Yeah, that's what's happening. You could have found Tom Lucas. See, while you were there, you got to be able to look. You got to be on the lookout. We did have a little 5-minute inside bar. I didn't notice it. Clean break to the upside off that 5-minute bar there. Anybody ever play the initial balance here? Anybody ever take an initial balance bounce? So a little retest of initial balance and a long. Here's that push up into 800 we kind of expected. But here's the thing, guys. What does the NQ like to do? What does it like to do? I mean, all day long, you know, this has been the target up here. But like the NQ's like, yeah, maybe, no, maybe, nope. Yeah, okay, we'll go now. You know, like it just, I'm going to take your money, and then we're going to go. I'm going to shake you out, break even, give you a couple of little paper cut losses. And now I think I'll go. So is there a hint? I don't know. MyFundedFutures dropping a hint in the chat, possibly. Let's do it. It's going to be on the screen. Numbers are missing. Be ready. Be ready to pick up the code. Not very hard. That means the code is soft. I don't know. Just a guess. Just a guess. I mean, if it's not very hard, must be soft, right? I don't know. Not quite sure. I don't know how that works. All right, let's see what happens. Now, I may take a little long here if we get a little pullback into like the 770 area off initial balance. Can't really do anything. I mean, you could. We did pull back off the 800 level. I don't know. I used to like to take a little push into like the 810, 815, little pullback into the 90s, maybe a hold and a go. But it's really just kind of a guess type of a trade there. We may still take it. We might still take it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anybody still holding the long here? Anybody got the diamond hands? They got the diamond hands and they're still holding the long. Could take the pullback into the 9 EMA. It's kind of resting inside a gap there. You could try to take a bounce off that level. Pushed up into the 804, 805 level there. Since 45, let's go, Zach. Nice job. Zach with the diamond hands. I didn't have them there. $824.25, in case you're wondering what that level is, that's 50% of the wick up there at all-time highs. It's just 50% of the wick, expecting maybe a little consolidation there. We may just blast right through it. You closed after 9 points, so what? Hey, that's solid. 9 points, I'll take it all day. I'll take it all day. You're taking a short because you don't see follow through on delta and volume profiles, small stop loss. Sonny, you are brave, braver person than me. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, so we'll just say person. So, bar because I don't know. I had one mini, and that's typically what I do. You know, I don't want to trade a different way than I normally trade just because I'm in front of you guys. So, I typically just take full profit. You know, maybe not the best thing to do, but that's what I do. That's what I do. So maybe a little 9 touch here. Maybe we'll play the 9. It's probably a little too aggressive. We should probably wait for this initial balance test. Again, we're going to be a little aggressive here. We're going to be a little aggressive. We'll rebalance. That 9 touch would rebalance the 5-minute gap. So I'm going to try it here. Just try a little stab long, just fixed 10-point stop, 10-point take profit. It might wreck. It might get wrecked. We'll see. We are rebalancing a 5-minute gap there, so we'll see if it holds. I'll go stop to break even 796, 797 on a push up. If it doesn't hold the 9, then we just get wrecked. And we'll blame Tom Sabo. If this long fails, that means Tom Sabo just bought 1 micro short, and he's fading us, and that's why the trade failed. Okay, you guys with me on that? Tom Sabo bought 1 micro short and caused our trade to fail. He moved the market effectively with that 1 micro purchase. Got to blame somebody. May as well be Tom. Got to blame somebody. The second long that I took, I closed it. I took profit. I took profit. Can this 9 hold? Not really getting the reaction I like here. Really like this reaction to be a little quicker, a little swifter, if you will. Tom Sabo guarantee. All right, we'll have to, let me find one. Hold on. Let me find one that's not going to hit. Get a Tom Sabo guarantee going, and then we'll have a punishment when it doesn't hit, right? Sonny's just trying to stick the knife in. The shorts are shorting, just trying to stick the knife in a little deeper into my side. Congratulations, Sonny. Congrats. You're an XY chromosome, a man? All right, good to know. Good to know. I wasn't sure. You never know, right? You never really know. And we are about to be wrecked. I mean, realistically, I should have my stop down at 62, but I'm not doing that. Oof. Is it gonna do it for us? Is it gonna rip back up here? Is it gonna do it? Everybody, blow on the screen. Get this thing to go higher. Come on, you can do it. Try to zoom in a little bit here. Zoom in on the action. Get a pine cone guarantee going too. Those pine cone guarantees are only like 50-50 though. Only 50-50. She's breathing on the stop. All right, all right. She's breathing. Stop me out. That's rude. So rude. Well, we knew we were being aggressive there. You know, we really should be waiting for that 67 bounce, but that's all good. Code on the screen. Oh, let's go. Oh, really? Really? That is just dirty. Very dirty. You're 5 mini short. Oof. Nice job. Good luck with it. I didn't see a code either. I saw no code. Oh, you guys got it. Okay, there it is. There it is. I see it. I see it now. Let's go. Jump in there. Get your accounts. 25 scale accounts. Let's pick them up. Congratulations if you got those scale accounts going. How's that 9 EMA just going to play me like that, though? That's rude. To be fair, my entry was probably a little off the 9, and my stop probably should have been a little deeper, but let's wait for the next kind of pullback here. See if we can't get a test of initial balance, and we'll take that if we can get it. It could bounce off that 73 level too, though. I like it when NASDAQ's initial balance kind of lines up with the ES as well. So I should send the 9 EMA a support ticket. I need to. With a couple of F-bombs. Oh. Yeah, it was only 25 accounts, guys. Those are going to go quick for sure. 25 are that's going to go quick. All right, we only got about 10 minutes left in the in my segment here, so you guys are going to see a little degeneracy here. If we can get a pullback into this kind of region here, I'm going to go long, and I'm going to have my stop 10 points below the 50 EMA. And I may go long heavy here. I might go heavy. So strap on your helmets and get ready. Strap on your helmets and get ready. That is a pretty aggressive pullback candle, though. Pretty aggressive pullback. Do I think we make it all the way back to 67? Let me see. I mean, it doesn't seem unreasonable. Trump said that tariffs are making our country strong and rich. Okay. How much time do you guys think we got until the next? Who knows? Who knows? So kind of bounced off that 74 there. Didn't quite make it back to that wick at 73. We'll see what we get here. I'm looking for a buy opportunity down here near the initial balance, somewhere between 73 and 66. Again, I'm going to have my stop 10 points below the kind of like in that 50 area, 50, whatever, 55 area. And we will go pretty heavy here again and just see if we can't get a 10-point bounce. That's what we're looking for. I'll go ahead and throw a buy limit down here. If we get a pullback into that 68, stop at 55. We'll see what happens. Tyler's waiting for something real big that has been talked about for weeks for 20K subs. All right. Let's see if we get the pullback we're looking for. We got Matt coming up here in about 8 minutes, guys, for your regularly scheduled programming. Man, look at this thing bounce here. It's trying to tempt me. I mean, it might have a potential 1 minute inverse here, but it's very high in the leg. Very high in the leg. What up, Deba? Deba Deep, how you doing? She's trying to trick me here. Possible inside bar on the 5 minute. Maybe we'll take that. The inside bar does have defined a risk, so that could be a thing. Thank you, Abhishek. Follow me on YouTube. You the man. Got 50 seconds left on this 5 minute candle. Let's see if it turns into an inside bar. Maybe we'll play it. I don't necessarily love it to the downside though. I don't know. I guess if you're gonna use it, you got to use it both ways, right? It actually may not even form here. If it breaks below the low of this candle in the next 22 seconds, then it will not be an inside bar. Not a whole lot of room here to the downside, in my opinion, but we'll see. If you don't use it, you lose it, says Sean. All right, well, let's go to the 5 minute. Let's see what happens. I mean, I don't, oh, is there another minute? Oh, I'm on the wrong, guys, I'm on the wrong chart. Yeah, there's 3 more minutes. There's 48 seconds left in this candle. I was on the wrong chart there. I didn't even realize it. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you. My entry is going to be 768. You know, if we get the inside bar here, I'll just take it off the inside bar. And if it loses, I mean, I don't know that we get at this deep of a pullback. So your stop on the inside bar is not bad. 11 points one way or the other. So something to that effect on the inside bar. The inside bar to the downside, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to take it. Just not a lot of room before I expect a bounce. But just because I expect a bounce doesn't mean we get a bounce, right? So if we break to the downside, then I'll just take the long. Well, there we go. I'll take that long entry off there. You could short the inside bar here. You very well could. And it might work out. Wonder if Pine Tree shorting the inside bar. I don't know. We'll probably get tagged in right as we're leaving. Let's see. We're going to go 67.75. Did I move the wrong one? Okay, I did. That's fine. We'll see if we get the pullback or not. You were already long, Pine Tree? Yeah, it looks like that inside bar is about to fail. You could still take the breakout of the top of it. I'm trying to be a little bit careful. I don't want it to, bait me. It's baited me a couple of days. Oh. Let's see if we get the pullback we're thinking. Merlin shorted 790. That's a good entry for sure. I mean, you're up 13 points at this point. I see nothing wrong with that. CT Trading's trying to bait me over here into saying something. Can't be done, CT. It can't be done. I mean, the 5-minute definitely kind of looks like we're going to pull back here. Sunny short at 802s. What up, Black Phoenix? How you doing? All right, let's see if we get the pull back here. Maybe we get tagged in. Not quite sure. I don't know if you did notice we're going 2 minis on this trade here, so it's going to be a little thick, a little strong, a little heavy. I'm not quite sure we get it. Where's Dale? That's a good question. ST909. Tom's on vacation. He's laying on the beach in his bikini bottoms. Does Italy have a beach? Oh, yeah, it does. Doesn't it? Somebody help me. Somebody help me. Oh. No, he doesn't wear a Speedo, Doom. He wears bikini bottoms. Tom, in fact, is a bikini bottom type of guy. Beautiful beaches. There we go. I was pretty sure it was surrounded by ocean, Jan. Never been there, but I was pretty sure that was the case. I was pretty sure. All right, you guys. Hey, there's Matt jamming out with the glasses on. I like the color of the glasses there.
They're FTX Blue. If you remember this company, before it went under.
Nice.
Bitcoin conference 2022.
Nice. I cannot. There's not a pair of glasses I could keep from 2022. Mine get lost or stolen.
It does happen.
Yeah.
Like these seem to be a collector's item. I sure I can get many $5s from them on eBay. I see their Sam Bankman-Fried exclusive merch.
Could be the play. Could be the play.
How was your day, man?
It's all right. We're red right now, $340, but it's fine. Keeping the losses reasonably small.
That's good. It's like this has been a weird, like choppy day going nowhere. It's been kind of like not so fun.
Yeah, honestly, if I wasn't streaming, I would be done already. So,
would you be at the beach in a Speedo as well? Don't lie.
The bikini bottom. You got to get it right.
Bikini bottom. Okay.
Speedo.
God, man, I'm so jealous of Tom, man. This is kind of what I wish I was on vacation on the beach as well.
Yeah, I don't know if he's at the actual beach. I'm sure we'll find out soon. So
he went to Italy, right?
Yeah, Italy. Yeah.
All of Italy is a beach. So like, I'm sure there's a beach within like walking distance of everywhere you go in Italy.
I heard that Tom once almost drowned in a hot tub. So I'm not sure how deep of water he's going to get in.
How drunk was he?
He had 0 alcohol in him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he didn't drown. That's scary.
Yeah, he was on his knees instead of his feet, and he panicked. So, yeah,
that's really scary.
Only the people that are close to Tom knows these stories. So I'm just saying.
Now everybody knows the story.
Got to drop them somewhere. Got to drop them somewhere.
Nice.
Well, all right, man. Awesome. I appreciate you guys having me on. I'll be back tomorrow. Good luck on your session here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's good to meet you, man. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being here.
All right. Have a great day.
What's up, guys? My funded fam. Welcome here for another amazing Monday trading with you guys. Okay, my real glasses on. I can't see with these. If you guys don't remember the story, I went to Bitcoin 2022. And again, I don't trade Bitcoin. I mean, not if you do or you don't. It's up to you. I don't trade Bitcoin. I went for networking potential. I went with a bunch of friends. You guys might know some of the people like Wolf Financial and Stock Market News, Blonde Broker, a bunch of these folks from the Twitter space. We all went together. And I went there just to network, and I knew absolutely nobody there. And I was also somewhat like, I don't know if I don't know if I'm like the biggest fan of Bitcoin yet, but maybe one day I will. And it was kind of funny because like when I was there, the whole conference, you had to buy everything with cash anyways. Like I went to the taco truck outside, and the ironic part was the Coke machines, you still had to put US dollars in, right? And you go out to the taco truck and you have to pay with dollars and a credit card. So that was like so funny that at the Bitcoin conference, it wasn't designed that you basically bought everything with Bitcoin. Everybody was still using their ATM card. Anyways, at the end of the conference, a lot of people. This is when FTX was still really big, right before they all went to prison. They were hosting this big event in the Bahamas that I got invited to go to, and I had spent 3 weeks in Miami. After the conference was there, I stayed for an extra 2 weeks and just kind of like, partied my ass off with a bunch of friends and everything. Had a wonderful time, but afterwards, everybody went to the Bahamas to hang out with these guys at the little complex they have. And I didn't go. I'm glad I didn't go because they all turned out to be a bunch of financial criminals. But in the meantime, I did get the famous blue glasses that you guys see all over social media are actually FTX merch from Bitcoin 2022. And I've kept them because what a great souvenir to have. It wouldn't be any better if I had Bernie Madoff merch. You know what I'm saying? Like if this thing said Madoff rules on the side or something like that, it'd be so great to have like merch before things went south. But anyways, that is the blue glasses that you guys always see everywhere. Hopefully Tom's doing okay on vacation. That sounds really fun to be out in Italy right now. Can I get me like a Lehman Brothers shirt? You know what I'm saying? Like, can I get me like an Enron beanie, just to wear on the stream? That'd be awesome. Your favorite host is back on. Hello there. Well, thank you. I am glad I'm your favorite host. What a blunder, right? Yeah, I almost end up spending a week hanging out with those guys, and this was at the peak of everything. They were completely like just drowning in money at that point. An Enron Speedo. No, it's an Enron bikini bottom. Let's get that right, guys. All right, do me a favor. While y'all are here, smash the like button because we're celebrating 20K subs here at MyFundedTV. This is extremely incredible. I remember when I joined, I think there were 8,000 subs about 3 months ago. We have experienced tremendous rocket growth, no pun intended, or maybe pun intended, in the last 3 months. It's been crazy watching us grow here. 20K is a huge milestone. That's super exciting. And even me, my stream 3 months ago had 20K, and we have 36K now. We've doubled in size, just like MyFunded has, which means you guys are the best trading community on the planet, and we can't thank you guys enough for supporting all of us and what we do here, and when we, try to bring some good content to you guys along the way. Today has not been great. Today has been a weird trading day. As you see off to the bottom right of the screen, I don't know which way I'm pointing. Always out towards the Rock Cedar sign. Over here, this way where my P&L is on the screen. You guys are going to see half of my accounts I haven't even touched yet. Half of them I have. I took long scalps out the door. Setups are bullish, just as always. You guys may notice a cool little update on Rocket Scooter. I no longer have to manually write on my charts. We have conditional labeling now. So now on the charts, you guys will see I get little notes that are like support under different conditions. And that to me is super awesome because I no longer have to draw and move these things around. So my conditional that I use for validation, Confluence, is automated now on the chart, which is beautiful. Right out the door, I did what I always do when market opens flat or bullish, is I long right out the door. I long the moment the market opens with one contract and one account. That's it. One contract, one account, and I deal with it later. Within about 30 seconds, all the indicators pop up, and I know I've got bull zone support here and bear zone support there. This is traditional every single time, Matt liquidity pocket trades. So I had one contract in one account right there. That's it. That account dipped. And then right at the bottom, I went long and a bunch more, long, with the intention to go long and all the rest of them here. And I do that when I get all these really strong bull setups nearby. And so it happened, the market fell, dipped. I longed in a whole bunch more and then came up to right about here. And then I stopped out and took profit. I scalped again in a couple more, and then that's what you see on the screen. And that's basically it. I haven't touched the market in a while, just kind of waiting to see what kind of how it manifests. And this brings up a good rule of thumb about the actual stock market. When markets are flat and markets are choppy, a lot of people on my stream are like, sitting out or maybe longing. A couple people are like, it's probably going to fall. And one thing I've learned from this bull market in general is that markets don't usually fall. They usually get pushed lower for a reason. But when markets are steady and markets are flat and markets are chopping around, the last thing that you ever want to do is just bet that it just decides to fall. Here's a whole reason for that. And we talked about this long and strong, baby, like ox, right? We talked about this the other day when I came on last week. We had this little segment to cover. Let me pull this up really quick. Wait, hold on a second. To cover something extremely important is that I know this is going to be a fun way to say this, and I'm going to say it again so you guys can learn, is that the stock market never falls, as a matter of fact. You might think markets just fall, and actually it doesn't fall. It never falls. The stock market never falls. Like, what does he mean? Market sells off all the time. What are you talking about? Yeah, but the market never falls. The market just goes up exponentially over time. It just goes up and up and up and up, and it speeds up as time goes on. It's exponential. It's compounding. Guys, this is you guys remember that equation from, I don't know, business calculus or, economics or whatever. You guys remember the PERT equation, right? This is your ordinary solution to a first order differential equation, i.e. your compounding interest equation. This is your lick. Total amount that's left. You compound over rate and time, and the market is compounding at 2% a year because of inflation, because everything inflates. This is how life is. And if you want to prove that something's compounding, it's very easy to do that. If you actually put it on a log chart, which I did right there, a logarithmic chart actually scales the axis logarithmically. Instead of it just being a linear axis with an exponential chart, if you make the axis quote unquote exponential, then it draws a linear chart. If you have a straight line on an exponential chart, there you go. You are now proving that you are compounding in the market. It always goes up, always. So why? Well, inflation. Everything goes up due to inflation. Even stock prices go up due to inflation. Prices are going up. Companies are making more money just because prices are going up. Even though they're not selling more stuff, they make more money on paper. Everything just goes up in periods of inflation. So when the market comes down, it's not like it just falls down. It gets pushed down. And I always tell the metaphor is that when you think about the stock market really is that the stock market is like a helium balloon that's rising up at 2% a year. And every once in a while, it's like you take a balloon and it's full of helium, right? So if you're sitting in like a hot tub, speaking of hot tub from earlier, holding a balloon in your hands and you let go, it's just going to start floating away from you. The stock market floats, it doesn't fall. Now, you can at some point try to push that balloon lower into the water, and when you let go, it's going to pop back up. And you see that all the time. People are pushing it lower, but then it pops up, and pushing it lower and pops up, pushing it lower and it pops up. It's always trying to float. Another neat thing is that tops, everybody here, quick question. Have you ever heard the saying that tops are a process and bottom is an event? Have y'all heard this? Yo, by the way, Sean Sawyer in here. I didn't see your segment earlier, but Sean's a buddy of mine. I've known him for years. Hopefully it went well today, dude. Sean is a market psychology expert, right? He's a psychologist, and he does like this cool stuff about like blending the two worlds together, man. It's a very unique experience chatting with Sean. Good guy, man. Anywho's, back to what I was saying. You guys heard tops are a process, bottoms are an event, right? A process means it takes time. An event means it just happens. So an example of tops are a process, bottoms are event is like right here. This is the top before we had the big sell-off due to the tariffs. The market was topping, and it took a long time for the market to turn around. Tops are always like this. They're just kind of like, well, okay, right? Bottoms are pretty much like this, okay? They either W up or they V up or whatever. But what you never, ever, 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 and I mean never see, unless it's a company that died, is a market that does this and stays there ever. Have you guys ever seen this in the S&P? The market has crashed and then stayed low for a year at a time. Have we ever seen that ever? No, never. You can go back in time or the history of all these crashes, and market crashes, and then when the crash is immediately over, it starts rallying again. Yeah, maybe like when something dies, right? The stock market never dies, right? A meme coin, yeah, penny stock, whatever. But when the pressing of the balloon is over, the market makes its way back up very quickly. This proves the point, is that markets don't fall, because if the markets had gravity like a bowling ball, like if you're holding a bowling ball in the air and you let go, it falls and it stays on the ground. The stock market never falls and stays on the ground. It's like it's always trying to go up, and we just push it down for brief periods of time, and when we let go, it pops. This is the event. The event is a wick, a V-shaped move, a quick dip in return. You never see markets, stock market, I'm talking about in general. You will see stocks, yes, but the stock market in general, the top 500 US companies in general, will never, ever, ever fall and stay low and sit low for long periods of time. The minute the selling is over, there are buyers that push it right back up. It doesn't fall to the low and sit there at the low and consolidate. You don't ever see it. You never see the market crash and then consolidate low and just sit there and do nothing. Within days to weeks to whatever, it's usually a sharp V-shaped move, even at the bottom here, to kick it right back up. Right? So my speech is that markets never fall. We just push them lower, and by the time we let go, it's like pushing a balloon underwater. And the minute you let go, whoop, pops right back up. And then it sits on the surface, and then any gentle wind that blows at it lifts it off the water, and then it floats again because it's full of helium. And this is really how markets have always been. And you can just go as far back in time as you want. This goes all the way to the 80s. Any dip is bought up. Any dip is bought up. It doesn't stay low for long. Dip is bought. Dip is bought. Dip is bought. Dip is bought. Bought. But tops, right, take forever for markets to turn around. Here's 2000, right? We knew that there's a dot-com bubble, and the market was like taking years to finally give up and then finally die in a short period of time. And then it popped back up. And then it died some more. Then it popped back up. Then it died a little bit, popped, then died and popped and died and popped. Even in the 2000s crash, it doesn't just fall and stay low. It falls and bounces. So when markets are flat or markets are crashing, your brain should say it's probably not going to be long until it turns back up. Even in 2008, same thing. Even the crash, which is just this part of the bear market, when banks were starting to fail, still had, after the crash was over, immediately the next day, the S&P went from 830 to 1020, a 20% run in the very next day. It didn't just fall and sit at zero. It has volatility even when it's there. But when they say bottoms are an event, when the market bottoms out, it's usually like a day or two before it turns around from the all-time low or the yearly low or whatever. When the markets are topping out, though, it's usually months of hitting the top before the market turns around. If you're to put this on its head, you don't see the market usually crash and sit there and do this before it turns around. It's usually a W or a V. On the upside, it's like a bunch of M's. And this is where I try to tell people, the reason I'm saying this is because when markets are flat, I don't bet that they fall. When markets are flat, markets are opening flat, market is stable, I don't bet that it's going to fall. I bet that it's going to, if it does fall or gets pushed lower, it can fall to support, and I still bet on flat markets staying flat. So a lot of people get nervous when they say the market's not going anywhere. I think I'm going to short it in case it falls. You know, think to yourself, if the indicators are bullish, which in this case they are, we're above that, we're above this, everything's nice and solid, I just say, maybe I should just bet up. Most times in flat markets, when things are bullish and somebody tells me pick a side, I always pick long, always, because markets just go up most of the time. And it's like, unless there's a news event or unless there's a reason for it to sell off, I'm not trying to bet that it falls. And that was the lesson I brought. So does this make sense to most of you guys? All things being equal, sure, markets can sell off, but let me see where I'm actually bearish, right? Let's talk about what I see on my screen right now. The market has extremely strong support right there and extremely strong support from there as well. And if I bet that the market is just sitting flat and I say, well, markets don't fall. Okay, well, we can push them lower. Well, what if people push it lower right now and it falls to there and maybe there. Perfect, because markets bottoms are an event. So it's probably gonna be very quick for me to grab a dip there and rally it back to there for a trade, or even take a trade there to bet that we retrace back to flat. When I notice markets are flat, I say the flat spot is my exit target. That's not really where I want to bet from. Why I'm sitting out right now after taking some money. Well, we were flat. We opened flat, we closed flat, and we dipped to bull side, and I longed right back to the flat spot. And then right now, I'm avoiding all of this. When I see people taking losses today or getting chopped up today, they're over trading. This is a more advanced principle of trading, right? So I'm looking for the flat spot to be where I'm pivoting around. Like if somehow this happened and somebody was short, I would be exiting my short right here along the trajectory of it being flat. And I look at the market like that every single day. I'm not trying to force myself to be in a bet all the time. Flat market, well, it's flat for a reason. Big news coming out tomorrow morning, CPI, yeah. Do I want to have a lot of risk on the table? Not really. So let me assume the market's going to be flat and that markets don't just fall. They get pushed lower. So it's temporary. If I hit a bull target, I can long from there back to there. If I get from here, I can long from there back to there. And now I can get some pretty solid trades, 50, 60, 70 points of NASDAQ right here, and exit in the middle when everyone else is getting chopped out. But the difference between me and a lot of amateur traders is that when people are getting chopped out, I'm on the sidelines. When people are getting scared of the market selling off, I'm longing and I'm exiting at the chop spot. And now I'm safely on the sidelines, right? So remember, a flat market doesn't mean you need to pick a direction which way it's going to go. A flat market usually just means wait. Wait for it to move away from that flat spot and then return the trade to there. Or wait for it to dip away from the flat spot and return the trade to there. And then that's how I spend most of my time trading flat markets. Waiting. Waiting is the best approach you can have in a market like this. And I know it's like not the sexiest thing in the world because you guys come in here, you're like, yo, let's get on trade, man. Let's make some money. Let's hit it, baby. And then you're like, oh, Matt's just kind of sitting out. That's kind of boring. Let's go see what the other guy's doing. Oh, he's in a long. He's waiting all day on a long. But let me tell you something, right? Wouldn't you like to take the quick event? It dips really quick, get in. I made whatever this is on the screen and a total of maybe 10 minutes worth of work, and I'm safely on the sidelines. So why tell you in general, what would be the problem with me sitting on a trade all day right now? That's my question for you guys. Why do I not want to just sit in on a trade on a flat market? What risk am I running? You always think about, like, anytime you bet, right? What risk are you running? Sure, I'd be missing out on a trade by just sitting out, but like what risk is there, right? Trump tweets, mental exhaustion. Yeah, all of it, right? Yeah, mental exhaustion, sitting here and staring at it all day. Your attention is like, oh, I'm on this trade. I've been telling jokes for the last 3 hours and listening to music with the people on stream. So yeah, I'm not exhausting myself in case something does happen. I'm ready to roll. I got my money safely in my pocket. If I hit a target, I can hit it good. Or a Trump tweet, right? For real, right? You're in a trade and then Trump comes through and just coin flips you, right? Imagine the market was just, flat and you picked a short and all of a sudden whatever happened here, you got squeezed 100 points just to be back to where you started. Flat market entries are for newbies. When markets are consolidating and you're sitting there and you're jumping in a consolidation, betting on a breakout, you're just flipping a coin. What you should do is counter breakout moves, especially on bull side moves, is you just wait. What happens if I get the big sell off at the end of the day and we fall down in here? Hell yeah, I'm along it right back to where we started. And I wait for that all day. This is $20,000 if I wait. Well, I didn't want to pick up a couple pennies throughout here and maybe get squeezed on the wrong side of the trade. Why don't I wait and then allocate most of my resources where I know I can bounce back to neutral? I do that all the time. Most of my trading is like that. Yeah, get touched is not great psychologically. Like you're always like you're always on. And therefore your money is tied up that you can't react. If the market goes up, you made a bundle. If the market goes down, now you're in drawdown. And then it's probably going to return back to where you started. And you do all that mental exhaustion just to break even. Time and market is more risk. Yeah, that's what I teach you guys. Time and market is more risk. Time and market is risk. People always think risk is how much you're going to lose based on the price, right? You enter here, your stop is here. That's my risk. But time in market is additional risk. It's psychological risk. It's risk of a news event happening. You know, as a trader, I want to be in and out as quick as possible because I'm away from the market. The market is random. I want to have as few things as possible affecting my trading day. Yeah, the orange man will kill your trades for sure. 100%. That's exactly right. The less you are in the market, the better. This is my favorite saying in the world. It's when it comes to trading, the less you do, the more you make. And this is very true. Or the less you move, the farther you go. That's another way that I like to say that too. So you can always say the less you move, the farther you go. It's very true. And I watch people on YouTube sometimes, and I watch traders out there, and sometimes I browse, and I see this habit, especially like the influencer crowd. I see a habit of a lot of people always in a trade. You probably go to YouTube right now and scroll around, and you will find somebody always in a trade at all times. Very few people are comfortable sitting out when they need to be. But sitting out is key to having not only a high win rate, but control over your trades and avoiding news and being profitable. Sitting out is like the key to profitability. And speaking of profitability, our boot camp starts today. The big thing we always talk about that we do every couple months. And I teach all this in my boot camp. So we're going to be covering a lot of that in the boot camp. And then of course, carrying it over to the stream here and telling you guys more about it, what we're covering and the topics we're covering here. So this is a big lesson, all you boot campers out there, is that you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. FOMO is one of the biggest reasons traders lose. And even right now, your brain is like, oh man, I missed out on that. Okay, well, here's my opportunity to get in on that. I'm not seeing a bear market. All the indicators are bullish. I'm not seeing a bull setup from here. This is horrible efficiency. Like, why would I long from there? What happens if I miss out? I didn't miss out on anything. I made some money. Didn't miss out on nothing. I'm doing fine in life. Missing out on crap. What I am doing though is robbing myself of being the best possible player I can in the game. Is that when you're trying to be a really solid player, you need to make the best moves. And the best moves are to wait for an excursion, to bet that the market stays flat, and then return to the flat. And you exit when all the newbie traders are entering. See, right now, all the newbie traders, newbie influencers are picking a side. Half of them are long, half of them are short from right here. I'm going to make them my exit liquidity. And that's what makes me better. And that's what will make you guys better too. Consolidating markets, you're just flipping a coin. And an idea is that you can tell yourself, aha, markets are consolidating. It wants to be here. It's liquid. Big news event tomorrow, CPI. PPI a couple days later. Okay, well, probably not going to rally or sell off today, but let me just hold off, because if the market dips very quick on a Trump tweet, let me long it right back to where we started, and then we're good, and then exit in and out super quick. And I think about that a lot of times when I'm trading, is I'm sniping an opportunity. And I'm not just trying to pick a direction. Picking a direction is like suicide in the market. You're always going to be like engaged in the market for hours at a time, going nowhere. Whatever is on my screen, like I said, was less than 20 minutes of work, probably 10 minutes of work total. It wasn't much. It was a smart approach. It was a quick snipe. It was in and out and done. And all this chop people are experiencing today, I'm not experiencing it. How do you learn patience? Patience is a thing that is forced on you. Somebody slips patience into your drink when you turn your head. It is exactly carved through hard knocks. In this environment, you can't be taught to be patient. You must desperately demand and pray for patience when you're at your wit's end, when you've lost everything. It comes down to one of those things that is carved through actual loss. You get your butt kicked so hard in the market that you remember what you don't need to be doing, and then you force yourself to avoid it because you're scared to death of it. Slip the patience in your drink. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is really what it is. The market will literally slip it into your head. That's the reason I teach it that way, is that I know that when I get in the middle, I've traded long enough to know that I'm going to get chopped up half the time. And not only will I get chopped up half the time, I'm going to be like, ooh, I'm making money. Oh crap, I'm losing money. Oh, I'm making money. Oh crap, I'm losing money. Oh, Trump's okay. Okay, I'm good. Oh, I'm making money. Oh God. And it's like all day, my emotions are like this. And I remember what it's like. And I just so desperately want to avoid it. I've been chopped up enough to know that, right? How do I deal with a trading partner that's doing better than you, even though you started together? Okay, so remember, trading is relative to you. Trading is a race between you and past you. It doesn't matter if your trading partner's beating past them at a rate faster than you're beating past you. Remember, trading is a battle between you and yourself. There's no such thing as you and someone else having the same journey. You guys, everybody's attachment to money and attachment to the emotions that come with this are completely a personal journey. I'm going to tell you, if you were here, Bash, it's a great question. You were here, Bash, right? And you and me were going through life together as trading partners. Bro, you would be there and I would be here. I was the slowest person in the world to get good at this relative to everyone else I knew. Everyone I knew was getting good at this and I was sucking so hard. And it's relative. I'm sure you'd be farther off in your journey than I was in mine. It took me 5 years to feel comfortable enough about doing this full time. A lot of you guys might be just in year 1 or 2. Y'all are doing better than I am. I think traders these days learn much faster than traders back in the day. And why is that? Well, it just has to do with the fact that I was a really stubborn, really smart in my own head, can't lose mentality. I'm the smartest guy in the room. I have extremely high IQ. These guys sound like a bunch of knuckleheads in Wall Street. Bro, I bought the Apple stock today. I made all this money. Oh yeah, me too. It's fish chest bump. Yeah, I made $1 million. I'm like, these guys sound like knuckleheads. You know, I'm a fucking math genius. I can easily beat this game. These guys are idiots. And I'm the one that get my ass kicked for years. Like, literally, I walked in thinking I was hot shit. And I could beat this game like it was nothing. And it didn't work. It was like one of those things that, like, my journey is like, bro, you're not the smartest guy in the room. You need to chill out with that. Yeah, sure, you get a perfect math SAT score and you think you're hot shit in high school, but that doesn't apply in Wall Street. These things don't matter. You go into Wall Street and it's a whole different game. You are nobody. You are the smallest guy in the room. You know nothing. And it took me a long time to get used to the fact that I wasn't good at something. And I've been good at everything my entire life. The journey for me was personal. It was an ego thing. It was a being told and conditioned my whole life for greatness. You're going to be great at whatever you do. You are so good at whatever. You're very smart. You're going to be the most likely to succeed. It's being told that all my life. And getting somewhere and failing was the hardest lesson I've ever had as a human being. And then having to struggle with that took me a very long time. This is how things work in trading. It's a journey between you and this. It's different. I overthought. I overanalyzed. I did not know how to fall without hurting myself, right? When you go into being a circus performer, the first thing you learn how to do before you're swinging on a trapeze is how to do somersaults on the ground without breaking your neck each time you fall. You practice falling so that you fall without getting hurt. And I didn't know how to take a loss because I never really lost much in life. I won everything I did. And so the journey for you is a completely personal thing. If your trading partner is outpacing you, do everything you can to ignore that fact, because all it's going to do is get in your head and make your journey slower and harder. You're not in a race with your friend. You're fighting yourself, right? So this is kind of what it's like. It's really hard. It's like a really hard dose to realize what your actual shortcomings are as a trader. For me, I grew up without money. My family had nothing. I've been working since I was 13 years old to help my mom pay bills. I had to pay my way through college. I had 3 jobs in college to keep my way going. Even though I got some scholarships, I had 2 majors, so I didn't cover all of it. So I was struggling with money. I never had money. I never knew the value of money. You know, I had this desperate attachment to keep whatever money I had and not spend it. So then I'd bag hold trades, right? So all these things come down to like what you are as a person. And in trading, you're going to battle those demons head on, right? And that's really what it's like. You're going to absolutely face all of these things. And in reality, the trial is kind of like, you're facing the evil version of yourself in a lightsaber battle, right? You guys remember in the new sequels? I know I wasn't a big fan of the sequels, but there's a sequel where Rey goes into Palpatine's chamber and she sees like evil Rey and they're like, you think they're going to face off. You're battling like their darker side of you as a trader. And that's kind of what it's going to be like. So fully ignore the fact that somebody that you started trading with is doing better than you. It's their skill set or whatever they have in life that led them to their skill set now. It was just a more beeline approach to get over whatever it is they're getting over. Their upbringing could have been different, right? Who knows? Or it could just be luck. They could just be getting luckier than you. Their strategy may just be stupidly long in the market and somehow they're outperforming you. Don't ever gauge someone else's performance as a benchmark for where you're going. Compare your stats now to your stats a month ago to your stats a month before that. And if your stats are improving and you're becoming more consistent, that's all that matters. Okay. Yeah, you got to, and this is literally the answer to that question, right? Great question, though. It is a valuable personal development program. Oh, yeah, 100%. I had the world's biggest ego growing up. I did. I have I think I lettered in high school like 50 times. I was in every UIL team. I was competing in every event. I was captain of almost every club. I would get first place. My mom will tell a story. She goes, when I would take Matt to these math tournaments, he would come home with like 12 or 14 trophies. And I'd be sitting there in the back with my headphones on, listening to metal, just chilling. And my mom goes, I know if I ever saw a silver trophy in the mix of all of those gold trophies, to not talk to you for a day. She tells the story all the time. She said, I would leave you alone for a day. That second place would haunt you, and you would never, if I talked to you, you were just in a horrible mood and terrible mood. Like a second place. Like if I didn't get all first places, I was salty, like leave me the F alone for a week kind of thing. And so that's what my life was like growing up. Steamrolled everything I did. I'm not even good at it, but like the best at it. So I had the hardest set of hurdles in trading, because that is the biggest limiting factor you have is your own ego. You're going to be horrible. Trading is like, how do I learn to be wrong half the time? You guys watch me. I traded by like a 70% win rate. How do I lose 3 out of 7 things that I did when second place used to make me salty to the point that my mom wouldn't even talk to me for a day? How can I get used to sucking at something 3, 4, 5 out of 10 times? This is the hardest thing to get over your head, is to learn that this is okay. It's okay to be wrong. This is where, people are different. You're supposed to be wrong. And the graceful part about trading is, how do you come out of that fall winning? And I had to teach myself, the win is losing the right way. And this is like the brainstorm. Like people always quote me on that. Matt always says being wrong from the right place. But how to lose the right way. I feel victorious. Oh, I took a loss. I only lost like $100. Hey, you know what? I avoided chasing that long because I would have been chopped out. I tell myself that losing small is an actual victory, because I see it on the grander scheme of things. The best loser wins in trading. That's it. And I taught myself that losing the right way is a victory. That's the first place trophy if there ever was one. Right. So keep that in your head. This is really what it is, right? The best winners lose as well. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Here's another saying. Winners focus on winning. Actually, it's losers. I tweeted this yesterday. Losers focus on winners. Winners focus on winning. So don't focus on someone else who you think is winning, because that makes you the loser, right? Focus on winning. And as long as you're beating yourself in the past, you're winning. And that's all that matters. Your pace is going to be different. Someone else is always going to be the same. Boom, 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 boom. All right. What if this is the dip and you miss it? Is a hard emotional thing? Well, I zoom out and I say, well, I don't miss it, right? Because I kind of like do very well as a trader over time. What am I missing? You know what I'm saying? I tell myself, like, what am I actually missing? I'm not missing anything. I'm having fun. I'm talking to you fine people, having the time of my life. I have the perfect job in this world to hang out with a bunch of awesome folks on YouTube. My life is pretty complete. I'm actually a very happy person. What am I missing? There's nothing else I would add to my plate to improve my life. So then I say, well, why do I need to trade? I'm so happy with life right now. What am I missing on? Like, focus on the things you have in your life. And then you get rid of the FOMO experience. You know what you don't want? You don't want to lose what you have. And you have that kind of like, oh, platform crashes. Oh, I forgot I had the let me open my platform again. I have the AI photos that I throw on my screen sometimes. You guys went crazy with that. We had this joke earlier in stream, was that somebody I was making fun of some people who I say people chase pigeons, like that scene in Beautiful Mind where John Nash was like trying to derive an algorithm for watching pigeons fight over food. And I say a lot of people are trying to find too many signals in the noise. This is actually relevant for right now. You're trying too hard. A good signal will come out and you'll get the right signal. But a lot of people are just like trying to find some kind of pattern in noise and spend most of their time doing that. And I don't know what this AI photo decided to do, but this AI photo decided to, apparently they said, draw a rocket scooter floating through the sky. And like I said, I don't know what this like crazy death trap is that AI decided to invent. But if you analyze the physics of this scooter right here, I feel like it looks like it's just going to like spin in circles through the sky. I feel like the minute you rev, the engine, it's just going to flip you around. You're going to face plant. It's kind of missing a back wheel. That was very sus right there. So I don't even know what's happening there. But you hold on to the scooter. The seat is very high. So like basically, you're sitting up here and holding the seat, which is kind of like holding handlebars, which is kind of like right at your crotch. And basically this thing is just going to force you to face plant right into the mud. So I'm really not sure what AI was thinking about. But this is the spiral out of control scooter. But anyways, relevant to the story, a lot of you guys are trying too hard. And that's kind of what, that movie Beautiful Mind about John Nash, the mathematician, was like the same thing. Not everything's a pattern. Not everything's worth taking and not everything's worth observing. A lot of times people are wasting their time trying to make sense out of randomness. In reality, I love that I gave that speech because since I came onto this show, before I came onto the show, and after the show, the market's gone nowhere and I've done nothing. And aspire in your careers as a trader to kind of be okay with doing nothing. Because the final saying I'll tell you is that a loss of zero is a win of zero. And when you start thinking like that, the ego goes away. I didn't lose today. I didn't miss out on something. I won zero. How cool is that? This is my gold trophy. I chose to win zero. I had full control over this. I am winning. I didn't lose anything. I actually won. I made, look at this huge trade I just made. You guys see the huge trade I just made? I just made zero. Guys, I just made $0. How crazy is that? How exciting. I had perfect control. My win rate is 100%. Isn't that crazy? That's a winner, baby. I'm a winner every day. That's it. Think of it just like that every day. Best trade ever. The drama student emerges. I also was on the drama team in school, which I guess I get to merge my two favorite things. Being a YouTube performer is that I get to be an actor and a mathematician. I got to circle all the way back to my two favorite loves in life, math and acting. Pretty good advice, right? Yeah, convince yourself that was a win. I won zero. That's kind of cool. I didn't lose anything. I didn't miss out on anything. And then it starts to really shape your thought process into what really matters. Is having control in your trading is like the most important thing you can do as a trader. Right. So anywho, I look good without glasses. Well, thank you. I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell because I can't see anything. I can't see myself without it, but I'm sure if y'all think I look good, that's nice. Can I perform the falling out of the chair, shorting the top? I'll have to do that again another time. I remember when I did that. I scared IDOT because I fell out of the chair and made a huge thump. And she thought I had actually died. She was like, are you okay? Do I want to move to a discrete location with the wife and kids and farm with the animals? I do eventually. Yeah, that'd be kind of great. I'd like to have a ranch with like a lot of space out in like West Texas with a bunch of animals. That would be a dream come true. Wait, your high school football team played mine? Wait, submarine, wait, I forgot you told me earlier, which part of Texas are you from? They probably did. My high school team was so bad though. In high school, our school was not that great. To have a backup internet and electric option if one or both go down, that's definitely something that a lot of traders do and invest the capital and money to have backups. I don't have a backup electric option, and I don't have a backup internet option either. At times I did, but I've always battled with that because I'm like, I'm spending all this money. I don't need it. These days, I use my cell phone, cellular data, and I can tether my computer off my phone. So if I ever lose the internet, believe it or not, I can just hotspot my phone and use the 5G network. And I've been able to stream, trade, run YouTube at full bit rate without any delays, just streaming through your phone. So instead of paying for it, I already pay for it. So I basically, when I've had internet outages, I just stream through my phone. Yeah, it works extremely well. So I've been able to like not have to pay a couple hundred extra bucks a month for extra internet. Now backup electricity option, I never thought of that. I don't know if that's even a thing. I mean, is that a thing? I mean, I have a generator. I mean, like my mom has a generator. Actually, I don't have a generator. I probably should get one, but I don't know if I'll be like, if power is out, I usually just go somewhere where there's power. Do you guys have backup electricity? Because then the grid is down. Can't you put your SIM card in the router as well? It's even better. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Get a wind turbine. I'm gonna have like a giant turbine on top of my house. Yeah. So yeah. I do need to get myself a generator for here. Every 5 years, you always wish you had one when a hurricane comes. Get a good uninterrupted power supply in a couple of minutes to get out of trades. Yeah, I've got two. So my setup is powered by two UPSs, actually. I've got two 1500 watt UPSs under my desk. So I have one over here, and then, this is me in the middle. And this one powers the PC and a lot of the peripherals. This one powers the peripherals and half of the monitors. And then for redundancy, this one powers the other half of the monitors. So basically, and other peripherals. So essentially, even if one of the UPS fails, I can still have monitors powered and just swap out the cable from here to here. So I have two UPSs for redundancy, which is kind of nice. And when power goes out, they tend to run for about 15 minutes before they go away. So I can actually close everything out. How many monitors do I have? 20K CLEB 50. 20K Celebrity 50 free resets. Oh my God. MyFundedFuture coming in for the win with amazing giveaways. 50 free resets. Love it. Very cool. Resets are great. Very nice. Come on, you guys know y'all use those so much. Resets are so good. Okay, S&P bringing down, kind of down to this hedge future area. This is where I could possibly fathom taking a trade, but let me look at it. Nasdaq's still kind of sitting here in the middle. God, I'm like, it's not a great, like, what am I missing? Like, we're not going to rally before CPI. Like, why would I even bother with this? I'm going to try to get a scalp. Probably not. Let me wait and see if we dip further. Like I said earlier, if I get 660 on Nasdaq, I'll long it back to 700. Thank you, MyFundedTV. We really love you guys. Appreciate the giveaway. Yeah, thank y'all. How many monitors I have? I know. No, I was sitting here thinking, like, what the hell was I talking about a second ago? Monitors, right? So, in general, I have 6 monitors here. I've got this tablet here, which I haven't been using, but I need to get it set back up because I actually do my drawing on here. The reason I stopped using it was because the way it's laid out is I have to like look over here while I talk to you guys, and the mic is over here, and it's like really weird to have to sit here like this, and you have to stare at me like that, right? And this is so I can actually draw on this screen right here. And I'm gonna have to figure out, I'm gonna put this maybe like over here somehow, but I can't figure out how to do it in the new setup. But there's 6 monitors here. This is the 7th screen. I've got a laptop on the floor, another laptop over here, another monitor over here. These are running some other prop firm accounts, and then mostly used for gaming though. Just backup over there. If you guys ever see me like slide over here, I'm either eating lunch or I'm trading on my other accounts that I don't talk about. So how many? So basically, the 6 monitors is not needed for trading. At most, everyone trading needs 2 monitors. You can't get away with 1. You need 2. 1 monitor for your trading platform. That's it. Strictly your trading platform, nothing else. So everything you see is visible in front of your face at all times and never leaves. Monitor number 2 is for everything else. Surf the web, read the news, watch Trump talk, whatever. You need a second monitor. You cannot trade with 1 monitor. You need 2. You don't want to flip back and forth or ever cover your screen. Never cover your screen when you're trading. Keep it visible at all times because the market moves in a blip. Never, ever, ever, ever cover your platform. If you have 1 monitor, you better split screen it, but don't cover up your candles or lose sight of your positions. You need to have everything in front of your face. That's why I say purely have 1 monitor for trading and 1 monitor for news at minimum. And 1 monitor is for my secret Telegram channel. As people, the joke is that you always get the fake versions of Matt, like the fake accounts that message you guys from Twitter or whatever and invite you to my secret Telegram channel. I use a Rode Procaster mic with a whole bunch of audio software to clean up my voice. And so the reason I have so many monitors is that trading, running Discord, running the stream, running the businesses. I got emails open. I'm doing so much. Each monitor is actually used, and I could use a few more. And that's it. And I use my phone for personal trading too. So like I actually do all my personal accounts on my phone. My options account, my trading view, which has my AMP account. I do that all from all my trading I do from my phone. That's not prop. Prop I do on my computer. So you guys will see me all over the place sometimes. I use a Rode Procaster, and I use, like as I say, a ton of software, voice modifications. So they did the giveaway. You missed it, man. That's not how I normally sound like. Well, this is how I normally sound like. Hold on. How do I sound now? Does it sound any different? Do I have a different sound in my voice? This is my real voice. Oh, it's not changing? Hold on. Oh, this isn't actually picking this up. Do I have a different sound in my voice? This is my real voice. Oh, I guess my modification. I have a little voice modifier. Let's see if I sound any different now. How do I sound now? Do I sound good now? How about now? How do I sound? Like pirate software. That guy takes the bass on his voice and turns it to 11. I swear to God. Most of my audio modification is actually EQ, noise gates, it's mostly noise reduction. And like where I stream right now, you guys can see right here, right? These are fiberglass panels, right? This is like a recording studio level sound dampening in here. So you got fiberglass panels all around the room to keep it where there's no echo and the voice quality is just good. So most everything I have is for like noise reduction and cleaning up the sound. That way it's just when I talk, it's just pure and it's clear. I'm so like particular about the sound. Radio Matt. Yep. Okay, guys, we have like 5 more minutes left on the stream. Yes, I'd say it's Brittany B. That's what it sounded like. Or what was that? There was a song. What was that song? There was like a song where it sounded like you're like talking through a megaphone. What was it? You know what I'm talking about? It has like that kind of like PE megaphone. Let's see. It's like, give me 20 laps around the gym. Let's go. Hey. No cutting corners. I saw that. Johnson, do 20 push-ups. So what a song like, oh yeah. Yeah, Tool had a song like that, but I can't say the song title. It's not appropriate for work. Prison something. Gorillas Feel Good Inc. Yeah, I had that sound to it. Yeah. You guys know the Tool song. Yeah. That was a good song. Clean up on aisle 4. Yeah, Eaton says he's not saying it either. Yeah, we know the song. That's one of my favorite Tool songs, though. It's such a good song. Like the beat, like the whole song was like. Hold on. Also, Stinkfist also had that song to it, right? I'd play it on the stream if I could, but Stinkfist is the one actually that had that kind of megaphony sound to it. Pumped Up Kicks by Foster the People. That's a really good band, by the way. Foster the People a couple times at concert. They're really good. What size is my main monitor? 27 inches. And the reason it's 27 inches is because it's exactly the right size to like frame this little compartment that I'm trading in right here. Anything bigger and the monitors would just go out further. Like the reason I have multiple monitors rather than one big screen is because I have like camera and mic arm and lights that come in between the spaces of all of my stuff. Maybe I'll share a picture on my Twitter later. But my monitors that are like this, I mean, I have a camera right here and then I have a light right here. So basically I have to have some spaces between the monitors, have all the auxiliary stuff that I need for the stream. Yeah. You're requesting a payout after today. JV, let's go, man. Congrats. I bet the Doc Ock suit to hold the monitors. It kind of looks like it. There's like these giant like spider arms behind the monitors. It'd be cool if every host had a personal theme song. Hey, MyFundedFutures, did you guys hear that? You get every host giving them their own theme song. That'd be kind of cool. They're writing that down. That's a great idea. Okay, guys, look, we got about 3 minutes left. I know I gave you guys a pretty cool, like, psychological speech. Today was Psychology Day because I had Sean was on earlier, right? I'm sure that was some psychological gems there. And thinking about it, right? You know, the idea that trading's personal journey, it really is. And there's really no, I mean, I've been training traders my whole life. And speaking of that, our boot camp does start today. And this is a subtle plug, but again, don't like to, you know, I don't charge for education through the roof. I've always made it extremely affordable. Every class I've ever taught has always been $1. You want to attend one of my sessions, it's $1. That's it. I think that that's important for trading education to be free or affordable at minimum. We have staff that we pay that edit the videos, and the buck goes to pay their salary. So if you guys ever want to join our boot camp, it starts today. It's every 2 months and we do it. It's a daily thing. Here's the link. Everything I talked about, like what I talk about today, is part of my boot camp series. And we talk about everything from psychology to position management to everything. And each class is $1. $20 for the whole series. You guys can come check it out if y'all want to. Again, I'm only mentioning it now because we started today. It's a huge event that so many people come to. There's the link. Most of our followers and people on our stream have gone to it. And this is we're starting all over again. I'm going to teach trader funding program, mastery, position sizing skills, risk management skills, market avoidance skills, like today, how to trend identification, volume prediction, all kind of techniques, for trading. So you guys are welcome to join and check it out. And we start at close today. If you guys want to check out and come to a session, today we talk about the edge and probabilities, which is how to get probabilistic edge in the market and how to trade with when you have any kind of statistical edge, how to maximize the effect of it. If you have something that works 60% of the time, what do you do to have that 60% realize? You know, how do you behave when you have a statistical edge, and how do you react? This is like the first, we start off with a bang. But that's it. So anyways, I'm out of here, you guys. Thank you, MyFunded, for the 50 resets today. That was awesome. Thank you for you guys for helping us get to 20K here on the biggest and best live trading prop TV show, period. We'll see you guys at 50, right? That's big next goal. So 20K was great. Really thank you guys. This community, you guys have really pushed to help get this show on the map, and we're all thankful for it. You know, everybody here is happy to see it grow. Nobody's happier than me. I'm extremely passionate about anything I put my heart to, and I want to see MyFunded at the top. I mean, this is why I joined the team too. I believe in what MyFunded has offered. This is by far my favorite prop firm, period. And I said that, and that's why I joined it. I don't say that because I joined and they told me to say that. I had options and I joined MyFunded because MyFunded is the best. Very honored to be here. So let's get something going, you guys. Let's make something happen for you as a thank you for the 20Ks. Yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate that. But anyways, I'm out of here. I got to go. Time to hit up to my stream. I'll be live in the afternoon to close out. Maybe something cool will happen there. Maybe some more MyFunded giveaways. You know how it goes over there. You guys are welcome to come join us. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Sean, for being a special guest, buddy of mine. Thank you, everybody, MyFunded and MyFunded TV. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain, catch the ice.